In the mists of time, long before great empires rose and fell, the land that is now China was a quiet place where nature ruled and small groups of people began to learn how to live together. This was a time of discovery and change, when our ancestors first learned to plant crops, raise animals, and make tools. The story of this early age is a tale of hard work, creativity, and the slow, steady growth of community life. In many places along the Great Yellow River, early people found rich soil and plenty of water. These conditions were perfect for growing food. Around 5,000 years before our modern calendars began, groups of people started to settle in these areas. They learned that by planting seeds in the warm, rich earth, they could coax life from the soil. Slowly, wild grains were turned into crops that could be counted on year after year. This shift from hunting and gathering to farming was a very important change, and it marked the beginning of the Neolithic Age in China. One of the most well-known groups from this time is the Yangshao culture. The people of Yangshao built small villages near the river, where they grew millet and raised pigs and chickens. They lived in simple homes made of mud and wood. Although their tools were made from stone and bone, they worked hard to make their lives better. They learned to work together, share food, and care for one another. Their communities were close-knit, and traditions were passed down from one generation to the next. The art they created, especially their painted pottery, shows us a glimpse into their daily lives and the beauty they saw in the world. The pottery of the Yangshao people was not only useful for storing food and water, but it also carried the marks of their creativity. They painted bright designs on their pots, often using simple patterns that echoed the shapes of the natural world around them. The clay pots were made by hand, often with the help of a simple turning device, and then fired in open pits. The skill needed to create a pot that could hold water or food without breaking was not small. It took practice and careful attention. These early artists and craftsmen set the stage for a long tradition of art in China. As time went on, the way of life in these early communities began to change. Around 3000 BCE, another group known as the Longshan culture emerged in the same region. The Longshan people built on the ideas of those who came before them. They became more skilled in farming and began to experiment with new ideas. They built walled villages, which was a new idea meant to protect them from wild animals and other threats. The walls were made from a mixture of clay and earth, showing that the people were learning to work with natural materials in new ways. The rise of the Longshan culture also meant that people started to form larger, more organized communities. With more people living together, there was a need for better systems to share food, water, and work. The Longshan people developed early forms of social organization and even early leadership. They began to work together on larger projects, such as building community storage areas for food and water. This cooperation was essential for survival, especially in times when the harvest did not produce enough food for everyone. In these early days, life was very much connected to the rhythms of nature. The seasons dictated the work that needed to be done, and people learned to observe the changes in the sky and the land. The first farmers paid close attention to the sun, the moon, and the stars. They noticed when the weather was warm and when it was cold, and they timed their planting and harvesting to match the natural cycles. This connection with nature helped them to develop a deep respect for the land and the forces that shaped it. As the communities grew, so did the skills of the people. They learned more about the properties of different types of clay and discovered new ways to fire their pottery at higher temperatures. This allowed them to make stronger, more durable pots. These advances in pottery making are important markers in history, as they show that even in these early times, human beings were curious and eager to improve their lives. Their work with clay was one of the first signs of technology and art coming together. Farming techniques also improved during this time. Early farmers learned to clear land using simple tools made of stone and wood. They discovered that by working the soil they could help seeds to grow better. Over time, they developed irrigation systems to bring water from the river to their fields. Even the simplest of ditches could make a big difference, ensuring that crops received enough water during dry spells. These early irrigation methods were the precursors to more advanced systems that would later support huge empires. The food that these early farmers grew was simple but vital. Millet, a small grain that grows well in dry conditions, became a staple. Along with millet, they grew other crops that could be found in the wild and learned to cultivate them. They also began to domesticate animals, which provided not only food but also materials like leather and wool. This combination of farming and animal care laid the foundation for the stable communities that would later become the great cities of China. The lives of these early people were full of both struggle and hope. They had to work hard to survive, but they also had moments of celebration and community. Festivals, rituals, and traditions began to take shape as people gathered to give thanks for the harvest, to pray for good weather, or to mark the passing of the seasons. These gatherings brought the community together and laid the groundwork for the rich cultural traditions that would continue for thousands of years. As the years passed, the lessons learned during this time spread slowly throughout the region. The skills of farming, pottery, and building were shared among neighboring communities. Trade routes began to form as people exchanged goods, ideas, and even family ties. These early interactions helped to knit the region together, creating a network of communities that would eventually grow into a civilization known for its strength and longevity. The dawn of civilization in China was not a single moment but a long, gradual process. It was a time when the human spirit of innovation and cooperation began to shine. From the humble beginnings of a small village near the Yellow River, the ideas and practices that emerged in the Yangshao and Longshan cultures laid the path for future greatness. They showed that with hard work and a willingness to learn, people could create a world of order, beauty, and lasting heritage. In the quiet fields along the river, under a wide, open sky, the seeds of a great civilization were planted. These early farmers and craftsmen did not know the future that awaited them, but their daily work, their struggles, and their small victories would echo through the centuries. They built the very first chapters of a story that would one day span thousands of years. A story of a people connected to their land, guided by nature, and driven by the hope of a better tomorrow. Today, as we look back on these early days, we see the roots of many of the things that make China unique. The art of pottery, the skill of farming, the wisdom of observing nature, and the strength of community all began in this dawn of civilization. These simple beginnings were the first steps on a long journey, a journey that would see the rise of dynasties, the birth of great philosophies, and the creation of a culture that has touched the lives of millions. This is the story of the very start of Chinese civilization, a story that reminds us that every great empire begins with small, brave steps taken by people who dared to dream and work hard. The dawn of civilization in China is a tale of hope, creativity, and the timeless connection between people and the land they call home. The Shang dynasty was one of the first great dynasties in Chinese history. It is a time when the seeds of statehood were planted in the fertile lands along the Yellow River. The Shang people built strong communities and made many important discoveries. Their legacy lives on in the art of bronze, the first forms of Chinese writing, and the way they worshipped their ancestors. In this chapter, we will explore the world of the Shang dynasty, their daily life, beliefs, and the ways they organized themselves as a state. The story of the Shang begins in a land full of rolling fields and winding rivers. The Shang people lived in villages that slowly grew into towns. They built strong walls around their settlements to protect themselves from wild animals and rival groups. The walls were made from earth and wood, and they showed that the Shang knew the value of hard work and good planning. Life was not easy, but the people of the Shang dynasty were brave and full of hope. One of the most important achievements of the Shang dynasty was their work with bronze. Bronze is a strong metal made by mixing copper with a little bit of tin. The Shang learned to heat these metals in very hot fires, and they cast them into beautiful shapes. They made tools, weapons, and even parts of their art out of bronze. The shiny metal not only gave them better weapons and farming tools but also became a symbol of their power. Kings and warriors used bronze to show their strength, and many bronze vessels were made for special ceremonies. These objects were often decorated with symbols and patterns that told stories of their gods and ancestors. The Shang dynasty was also a time when the first forms of Chinese writing were used. The people carved symbols into bones and shells, which later became known as oracle bones. These bones were used to ask questions about the future. Kings and priests would heat the bones until they cracked, and then they would study the marks left behind. They believed that the cracks were messages from the gods. The questions were often about the weather, the outcome of battles, or the success of harvests. The oracle bones show us that the Shang people had a deep respect for the natural world and the powers that they believed controlled it. At the heart of the Shang society was the king. The king was not only a leader in battle but also a spiritual guide. He was believed to be chosen by the gods, and his word was the law. The king led important rituals and ceremonies to honor the ancestors and to ask for blessings on the land. The royal family was seen as very important, and many of the decisions were made by those close to the king. This strong leadership helped the Shang build a stable society where order and tradition were valued above all. The Shang people also believed in many gods and spirits. They worshipped the forces of nature, such as the sun, the moon, and the wind. They believed that these forces could bring both good and bad fortune. To please the gods, the Shang held elaborate ceremonies. They made offerings of food, animals, and even precious objects like bronze vessels. These rituals were often performed by the king or his priests, and they were a way to ensure that the land remained fertile and that the people were protected. Family life in the Shang dynasty was very important. People lived in small communities where every family played a role in the village's well-being. Respect for elders and ancestors was a key part of life. The ancestors were seen as a link between the past and the present, and they were honored in many rituals. This respect for family ties helped to create a strong sense of community and belonging. The elders passed down stories, traditions, and skills to the younger generations, ensuring that the knowledge of the past was never lost. The lives of ordinary people in the Shang dynasty were filled with hard work. Most people were farmers who worked on small plots of land. They grew crops such as millet, which was a common grain that did well in the local soil. Farming was not easy, and it required constant care and attention. The seasons dictated when to plant and when to harvest. With hard work and careful planning, the farmers were able to produce enough food to feed their families and even trade with other communities. Trade was another important part of Shang society. The Shang people exchanged goods like pottery, food, and bronze objects. These exchanges helped to build relationships between different communities. Markets and fairs were held where people could meet, share news, and exchange ideas. This trade was not only about money or goods. It was also a way for people to learn from each other and to bring new ideas into their own communities. Art and craft were also highly valued during the Shang dynasty. The skill of making bronze was considered an art form. Craftsmen worked for many years to learn the secrets of the metal, and the best of them were rewarded with high status. In addition to bronze, the Shang people made pottery that was both useful and beautiful. Their designs often included images of animals, plants, and mythical creatures. These works of art were not only a display of skill but also a way to tell the stories of their lives, their beliefs, and their hopes for the future. The Shang dynasty was a time of great change and innovation. With the development of bronze work, the early form of writing, and the rise of a strong state, the Shang people set the stage for future generations. They showed that with hard work, clear rules, and respect for tradition, a people could build a society that lasted for many years. The foundations that were laid during the Shang period would later influence the ideas and institutions of later Chinese dynasties. Even though the Shang dynasty is very old, its story is still important today. The ideas of hard work, respect for tradition, and the importance of strong leadership continue to be valued. The bronze vessels, the oracle bones, and the art of the Shang people give us a glimpse into a time when life was simple but full of hope and determination. They remind us that even in the most humble beginnings, great things can be built. As we look at the remains of ancient Shang sites today, we see the evidence of a vibrant culture. Archaeologists have uncovered many artifacts that tell the story of the Shang people. They have found bronze weapons, pottery, and the early forms of Chinese writing. Each discovery helps us to understand more about how these early people lived, how they worshipped, and how they worked together to build their communities. The story of the Shang dynasty is one of innovation and the building of a strong state. It is a story that shows how people can come together to create a lasting culture. The leaders of the Shang worked hard to create laws and systems that brought order to their society. Their success was not built overnight, but through many years of careful planning and a deep respect for the past. The spirit of the Shang dynasty is found in the way people cared for their land and their families. They believed that by working together and honoring the past, they could create a better future. The lessons they learned in the fields, in the workshops of the bronze smiths, and in the quiet moments of prayer and reflection continue to inspire us today. The Shang people did not have the comforts of modern technology, yet they built a society that was rich in culture and full of life. In this time of great change, the Shang dynasty also saw the rise of a system that would help to shape the future of China. This system was based on the idea that the land and its people were linked by a deep and sacred bond. The king was seen as a guardian of that bond, and his duty was to care for his people and to keep the harmony of nature. This idea would later influence many of the philosophies that emerged in China, and it is a reminder of the importance of balance in life. Today, as we read the ancient stories and study the artifacts of the Shang dynasty, we are reminded of a time when humanity was just beginning to explore the potential of organized life. The lessons from the Shang period are simple. Work hard, honor your traditions, and look after one another. The story of the Shang dynasty is a tale of resilience, innovation, and the strength of a community united by common purpose. The Shang dynasty stands as a symbol of early Chinese civilization, a time when the building blocks of statehood were first laid. From the mastery of bronze to the birth of writing and the respect for the ancestors, the Shang people set the foundation for the rich history that would follow. Their story is one of hope and determination, a story that continues to inspire those who study the past and seek to build a better future. After the powerful Shang dynasty, a new era began in China with the rise of the Zhou dynasty. The Zhou ruled for many years and brought new ideas that would shape Chinese thinking for centuries. One of the most important ideas was the mandate of heaven. This idea said that a ruler had the blessing of the gods if he ruled well, fairly, and with wisdom. If the ruler did not care for his people or broke the rules of nature, then the heavens would take away their support. This belief helped guide the people and leaders alike during the long reign of the Zhou dynasty. The Zhou dynasty began around 1046 BC when a brave group of people, led by King Wu, defeated the last king of the Shang dynasty. The people believed that the Shang had lost the favor of the gods because they had become cruel and selfish. King Wu and his followers felt that the gods now chose them to lead the people. With this belief, they set out to create a new way of ruling, one that would be based on fairness and respect for the natural order. The idea of the mandate of heaven became the heart of the Zhou's way of thinking. It meant that the ruler's power did not come from birth or force alone but from a duty to look after the people. During the early years of the Zhou dynasty, known as the Western Zhou period, the new rulers set up a system that would last for many generations. They divided the land into smaller regions and gave each region a local ruler. These local rulers were like trusted helpers who worked under the king. They were expected to look after their own lands, follow the rules, and take care of the people. In return, they were given land and the chance to earn honor. This system was a mix of strong leadership and local responsibility. It helped the Zhou maintain order in a large and diverse kingdom. The people of the Zhou dynasty were not only farmers and warriors. They were also thinkers, poets, and builders. Life in Zhou times was busy and full of change. In the fields, farmers worked hard to grow crops like millet and wheat. They used simple tools made of stone and wood. In the villages, people made pottery, wove cloth, and built houses. The art and culture of the Zhou people grew richer as they learned from the past and looked to the future. Their work and ideas laid the foundation for later developments in art, philosophy, and government. One of the most important contributions of the Zhou was the idea that the king must be wise and just. The mandate of heaven was not a reward for power alone. It was a promise that the heavens would help those who cared for their people. If a ruler became greedy or cruel, it was believed that the gods would send natural disasters, poor harvests, or even rebellions as signs that his rule should end. This idea helped to keep the rulers honest. Even if a king had great power, he knew that he could lose the support of the heavens if he did not look after his people. This belief was a guide for both leaders and common folk. The Zhou also cared a lot about learning and the proper way to live. They started schools where young people could learn about history, music, art, and the rules of society. These early schools were very different from what we see today, but they were an important part of making sure that the wisdom of the past was passed on to new generations. The idea that knowledge was important was a lesson that lasted for many centuries in China. It helped create a society where ideas and learning were valued along with strength and bravery. The Zhou period is also known for its art and bronze work. Even though the art of making bronze had been practiced by the Shang, the Zhou took it further. They made bronze vessels that were used in important ceremonies. These vessels were not only useful but also very beautiful. They were decorated with patterns and symbols that told stories about the gods and the ancestors. The process of making bronze was very difficult and required careful planning, strong materials, and skilled workers. The beauty of these objects was a sign of the high value that the Zhou placed on art and culture. Religion and ritual were also very important during the Zhou dynasty. The people believed that nature was full of spirits, and that these spirits could help or hurt them. To keep the spirits happy, the Zhou performed many ceremonies. They offered food, wine, and even bronze items to honor the gods and their ancestors. These rituals were led by priests who were respected for their knowledge and connection to the divine. The ceremonies helped to bring the community together and reminded everyone that life was part of a larger order. They also reinforced the belief that the ruler's power was given by the heavens and could be taken away if he did not honor these traditions. One way that the Zhou showed their respect for the gods and the people was through the creation of a code of laws. These laws were not written down as we do today, but they were passed along through stories and traditions. The leaders of the Zhou believed that a good ruler had to follow these laws and that the people should be treated fairly. It was a simple idea. If you treat people with kindness and fairness, you will earn their respect and the support of the heavens. Over time, these ideas about law and fairness spread to every part of the kingdom. They became a central part of Chinese thinking, even in later dynasties. The mandate of heaven also helped to explain the changes in power that people saw over time. In the Zhou view, when a ruler lost the support of the heavens, it was natural for him to be replaced. This idea helped people understand why great empires could rise and fall. It was not seen as a curse or a mistake but as a natural part of life. The cycle of good and bad rulers, the rise and fall of empires, was a sign that the heavens were always watching. This cycle gave people hope. It meant that if a ruler did not do his best, there would always be a chance for a new leader to bring back balance and peace. The people of the Zhou dynasty were proud of their achievements. They built many grand buildings and roads that connected different parts of their kingdom. They also planted gardens and created beautiful art that celebrated nature and the seasons. Every year, festivals were held to mark the changing of the seasons, to give thanks for the harvest and to honor the gods. These festivals were a time for the community to come together, share stories, and celebrate life. They were also a reminder of the deep connection that the people felt with the land and the heavens. Even though life in the Zhou dynasty could be hard, there was a strong sense of hope and purpose. The ideas of the mandate of heaven and the need for fair rule gave the people a reason to believe that a better future was always possible. Leaders knew that they had a duty to serve the people, and the people believed that the heavens would help those who worked for the common good. This shared belief created a strong bond between the ruler and the ruled. It was a bond that would influence Chinese society for many generations. As time passed, the Zhou dynasty grew and changed. The early years, known as the Western Zhou, were a time of stability and order. Later, during the Eastern Zhou period, the kingdom faced new challenges. Different states began to form and competition between them grew fierce. Even in these times of conflict, however, the idea of the mandate of heaven continued to guide leaders. It reminded them that no one could rule forever without the support of the gods. Even during the hard times of the Eastern Zhou, the belief in a just order gave the people strength and hope. The legacy of the Zhou dynasty and its teachings can still be seen today. The idea that rulers must earn the support of the people and the gods lives on in many parts of Chinese thought. The emphasis on fairness, respect for nature, and the importance of learning are values that have lasted through the ages. The Zhou showed that a good ruler does not lead by force alone, but by caring for the people and following a higher moral code. Their story is a reminder that great power comes with great responsibility. In the end, the Zhou dynasty was a time of great ideas and deep beliefs. The mandate of heaven was not just a way to explain who should rule. It was a guide for how people should live their lives. It taught that kindness, fairness, and respect for the natural world were the true marks of a great leader. These simple ideas helped build a strong and lasting society that influenced many generations. The story of the Zhou dynasty is a story of hope, of change, and of the eternal quest to live in harmony with the world around us. As we look back on this time, we see a period that set the stage for much of what would come later in China. The Zhou dynasty, with its careful balance of power and its belief in the will of the heavens, left a mark that can still be felt today. It was a time when ideas and actions came together to create a way of life that valued both strength and wisdom. The legacy of the Zhou reminds us that the true measure of a leader is not how much power he holds, but how well he cares for his people and the world in which they live. In ancient China, as the Zhou dynasty grew and society became more complex, people began to ask deep questions about life, duty, and the world around them. They wondered how to live a good life, how to treat one another, and how to understand nature. These questions gave rise to the birth of Chinese philosophy. It was a time when wise teachers and thinkers emerged, and their ideas would shape Chinese culture for thousands of years. The story of Chinese philosophy begins during the Eastern Zhou period, a time when many small states often fought with each other. Although these conflicts brought hardship, they also made people think hard about how to create peace and order. In a time of war and uncertainty, many sought answers to guide their lives. This search for wisdom led to the ideas of several great thinkers who focused on ethics, nature, and the role of government. One of the most famous of these thinkers was Confucius. Born in 551 BC in a small state called Lu, Confucius grew up in a time of chaos and decline of old values. He saw that society was troubled by selfishness and corruption. In response, he began to teach about the importance of kindness, respect, and proper behavior. Confucius believed that if every person acted with care and followed simple rules of conduct, society would be harmonious. His teachings, which later became known as Confucianism, stressed the value of education, hard work, and loyalty to family and community. Confucius taught that every person has a role to play in society. He believed that people should always try to do what is right. For him, respect for elders and ancestors was very important. He said that by honoring the past and learning from it, people could build a better future. He used simple examples from daily life to explain his ideas. For instance, he explained that a good ruler should act like a caring parent. A ruler who takes care of his people, listens to their needs, and leads by example would win their trust and respect. His words were gentle but firm, and they spoke of a deep love for humanity. Another great thinker who emerged at the same time was Laozi. Laozi is known as the founder of Taoism or Taoism, a philosophy that takes a different approach from Confucianism. While Confucius focused on rules and proper behavior, Laozi emphasized the importance of living in harmony with nature. He believed that nature had its own way of flowing and that human beings should learn to follow that flow. According to Laozi, the best way to live was to be simple and spontaneous, letting go of desires and ambitions that disturb the natural balance. His famous work, the Tao Te Ching, is full of short, clear statements that encourage people to be humble, to yield, and to trust in the natural order of life. The ideas of Confucius and Laozi might seem very different, yet both came from the same desire to restore balance and order in a troubled world. While Confucius believed that strict rules and rituals could mend society, Laozi saw value in flexibility and the art of letting go. Their thoughts gave rise to two of the most important streams of Chinese philosophy, Confucianism and Taoism, which have coexisted and influenced each other for many centuries. Along with Confucius and Laozi, other thinkers also joined the search for wisdom. Mozi, for example, was a thinker who stressed the importance of caring for all people, not just one's family or community. He believed in a simple and practical approach to life. Mozi argued that society would be better if people showed impartial love and care for everyone, rather than showing favoritism only to those they knew well. His ideas challenged the common practices of his time, and even though his teachings were not as widely adopted as those of Confucius, they still played an important role in the development of Chinese thought. Another important philosopher was Zhuangzi, a follower of Taoist ideas. Zhuangzi wrote stories and parables that helped people understand the meaning of life through imagination and humor. His writings showed that life is full of surprises and that change is a natural part of existence. Zhuangzi taught that by accepting the constant changes of life and by trusting the natural flow of things, people could find peace even in uncertain times. These early philosophers were not isolated individuals. They lived in a time when ideas were shared in open gatherings and in the homes of scholars. Many traveled from one state to another, sharing their thoughts with rulers, students, and common folk. In these discussions, ideas were tested and refined. The ancient Chinese believed that learning was a lifelong process. A wise man, they said, was always willing to listen and learn, even from someone who might seem less knowledgeable. The teachings of these philosophers were not written down all at once. Many of their ideas were passed from teacher to student by word of mouth. Over time, these ideas were written down by their followers, and collections of sayings and stories began to form. These writings became the foundation of what would later be studied as part of Chinese education. In schools and private study halls, students would learn the words of Confucius, Laozi, Mozi, and Zhuangzi. They would discuss the meaning of these ideas and try to apply them in everyday life. One of the reasons why Chinese philosophy has lasted so long is because it deals with questions that are timeless. Questions such as, how should we treat others? What is the nature of the world? And how can we live in peace? Have no easy answers. The early philosophers did not claim to have all the answers, but they offered guidance and a way to think about these problems. Their work encouraged people to look within themselves for wisdom and to observe the world with care. The ideas that these philosophers developed have also influenced the art, literature, and government of China. In art, the balance and simplicity that come from Taoist ideas can be seen in the paintings of nature and in the design of gardens. In literature, stories that celebrate the natural flow of life and the importance of humility are common. In government, the ideas of Confucius have led many rulers to place great value on education, fairness, and the welfare of the people. Even today, many people in China and around the world study these ancient teachings as a way to understand how to live a good life. It is important to note that these early ideas were born out of a real need for peace and order in a time of conflict. The period when these philosophies emerged was not one of calm and quiet. It was a time of constant change where states often fought and people experienced hardship. The harsh realities of life made the search for wisdom all the more urgent. People needed guidance on how to act, how to govern, and how to find inner peace despite the turmoil around them. The great thinkers of this time responded to that need by offering ideas that helped people see beyond the chaos. One of the lasting lessons from this period is the importance of balance. The teachings of Confucius remind us that order, respect, and care for others are the building blocks of a stable society. Meanwhile, Laozi and Zhuangzi teach us that it is just as important to live simply, to follow the natural rhythm of life, and to accept that change is a part of the world. Together, these ideas show that life is best lived when we balance our duties with a deep understanding of nature and our own inner lives. The birth of Chinese philosophy was not just about creating rules for society. It was also about encouraging people to find their own path. The teachers of that time believed that every person could become wise if they were willing to learn and reflect on their experiences. They taught that wisdom does not come only from books or from following strict rules. Instead, wisdom grows from living a full life, one that includes learning from both successes and failures, from joy and sorrow. Over time, the ideas that started in ancient China spread to many parts of the world. The simple, thoughtful words of these early philosophers crossed borders and inspired people in other cultures. The emphasis on respect, balance, and harmony has universal appeal. Even today, people look to Chinese philosophy for guidance on how to live a balanced life in a modern world that can sometimes feel overwhelming. As we reflect on this rich history, we see that the birth of Chinese philosophy was a turning point in human thought. It was a time when people began to see that the answers to life's big questions could come from within and from a deep connection with nature and society. The work of these early thinkers continues to guide us, reminding us that every person has the ability to learn, grow, and find peace in the world. In this chapter, we have traveled through the early days of Chinese thought. We met wise teachers like Confucius who taught about respect and duty, Laozi who showed the beauty of living in harmony with nature, and other great minds like Mozi and Zhuangzi who challenged us to think about care, balance, and change. Their ideas were simple yet powerful, and they continue to light the way for people seeking a better life. The birth of Chinese philosophy is a story of hope and determination. In a time of conflict and hardship, these early thinkers found the courage to ask important questions and to share their ideas with the world. Their legacy is not just found in ancient books and texts but lives on in the hearts and minds of people everywhere who seek wisdom and a peaceful life. It is a story that reminds us that even in the darkest times, the human spirit can find a path to light and understanding. The Warring States period was one of the most exciting and challenging times in ancient China. This era, which lasted from around 475 BCE to 221 BCE, saw many small states fighting against each other for power. At the same time, great minds emerged who would shape ideas about government, war, and society. In this chapter, we will explore the rise of these states, the fierce battles they fought, and the birth of new ideas that changed the way people thought about life and leadership. During the Warring States period, the land of China was divided into many states. Each state was ruled by its own leader, and they often competed for control of land, resources, and power. The states did not work together. Instead, each one wanted to become stronger and more prosperous than the others. This fierce competition led to many battles as armies clashed on the plains, in the mountains, and along the rivers. Soldiers fought with spears, swords, and bows, while commanders used clever tactics to try and defeat their rivals. One of the key reasons for the many conflicts during this time was the drive for survival. The states believed that only the strongest could protect their people and ensure a good harvest. This constant struggle forced each state to improve its military skills. They built strong armies, trained soldiers rigorously, and developed new ways to fight. The art of war was not just about bravery, it was also about smart planning and strategy. Leaders learned that even a small force could win if it used the right tactics. As the battles grew more intense, many new ideas about war and statecraft began to appear. One of the most famous works from this time is The Art of War, written by Sun Tzu. Sun Tzu taught that winning a battle did not depend solely on the number of soldiers but on careful planning and understanding the enemy. His words became a guide for military leaders both in ancient China and in later times. Sun Tzu's ideas remind us that a wise leader must know when to fight and when to avoid conflict, and that every move on the battlefield must be planned with care. While the states fought on the battlefields, a different kind of battle was taking place in the minds of the people. The chaos of war led many to ask deep questions about life, duty, and the proper way to govern. This period saw the rise of many great thinkers and philosophers. Some of these scholars were influenced by earlier ideas from Confucius, Laozi, and Mozi, but they also brought new thoughts that fit the needs of a time of constant conflict. One such thinker was Han Fizi, a philosopher who believed that strict laws and clear punishments were the best way to maintain order. Han Fizi argued that people were naturally selfish and that only strict rules could keep them in check. His ideas later became part of the legalist tradition in China. Legalism taught that a ruler must use strong laws and harsh punishments to make sure that everyone obeyed. Although these ideas may seem very strict, they were seen as necessary in a time when chaos reigned and order was hard to maintain. Another important thinker of the Warring States period was Xuanzi. Unlike some of his rivals, Xuanzi believed that while people were born with selfish desires, they could learn to be good through education and proper guidance. He thought that rules and traditions were important, but he also believed that people had the ability to change their nature. Xuanzi's ideas encouraged leaders to focus on education and to set a good example for the people. His teachings helped lay the groundwork for a more thoughtful approach to governing that would influence later dynasties. Amidst the political and military struggles, the arts and culture also flourished. Poets, musicians, and painters found ways to express the deep emotions of the time. Many of the works created during this period reflect the hardships of war and the longing for peace. Even as armies marched and battles raged, people still found time to write poetry that spoke of hope, loss, and the beauty of nature. This blend of military might and intellectual creativity made the Warring States period a time of both great conflict and great ideas. The states of this period were not all the same. Each had its own customs, strengths, and weaknesses. For example, the state of Qin, which eventually unified China, was known for its strong military discipline and efficient administration. The people of Qin were tough and hardworking, and their leaders were determined to build a powerful state. In contrast, other states such as Chu were known for their rich culture and artistic traditions. Despite these differences, all the states shared a common need: the need to survive in a harsh world where every state fought to secure its future. The constant warfare led to many changes in society. The focus on military strength meant that new technologies and weapons were developed. Iron became an important material for making swords, armor, and tools. The use of iron made the armies more effective in battle, and it also helped farmers improve their tools, leading to better harvests. This blend of military and agricultural improvements helped shape the future of China. People learned that progress came not only from fighting but also from working together to improve their way of life. The turmoil of the Warring States period also changed the way people thought about leadership. In the past, rulers often claimed power because of their family background or divine right. But during these years, people began to believe that a good leader was one who could bring peace and prosperity through wise decisions and strong actions. Leaders had to earn the trust of their people, and they had to show that they were willing to work hard for the common good. This shift in thinking helped to create a new kind of government, one that valued skill, knowledge, and fairness as much as strength and bravery. Many of the ideas born during the Warring States period continue to influence us today. The belief in the importance of strategy, education, and clear laws can be seen in many parts of the modern world. The great thinkers of this time taught that even in the face of chaos, there is a way to build order and progress. Their work shows us that difficult times can lead to great ideas and lasting change. The intellectual debates of the Warring States period were not held in quiet libraries or distant academies. They took place in the open, in markets, and in the halls of government. Scholars traveled from state to state, meeting with rulers and common people alike. They debated ideas in public forums and private conversations. This lively exchange of ideas helped to create a rich culture of learning that would last for many centuries. The discussions and debates of these scholars laid the foundation for the many schools of thought that would come to define Chinese philosophy. For many people living during the Warring States period, life was a mix of fear and hope. Every day brought the possibility of conflict, but also the promise of new ideas that could change their lives for the better. Families worried about the safety of their loved ones, and communities worked hard to build defenses and maintain order. Yet even in the midst of struggle, people found moments of beauty and understanding. They sang songs about the past, told stories of legendary heroes, and dreamed of a future where peace would reign. The lessons learned during this time were hard and clear. The world was a place where only the strong could survive, but strength alone was not enough. Wisdom, strategy, and care for one another were just as important. The Warring States period taught people that true power came from the ability to learn and to adapt. As each state fought to become the best, they also built new ideas about government, war, and society that would influence generations to come. In the end, the chaos of the Warring States period set the stage for great change. The many battles and the intense debates eventually led to the rise of the state of Qin. Qin, with its strong military and efficient laws, managed to conquer the other states and bring an end to the long years of warfare. This unification marked the beginning of a new era in Chinese history, one in which the lessons of the past would be used to build a strong and stable empire. Today, when we look back at the Warring States period, we see not only a time of conflict but also a time of great creativity and learning. The military innovations and philosophical ideas that were born during these years have had a lasting impact on the world. They remind us that even in the darkest times, the human spirit can rise to the challenge, using both strength and wisdom to shape a better future. The story of the Warring States period is a tale of struggle and change. It is a time when armies clashed on muddy fields, when leaders made tough decisions, and when scholars wrote ideas that would last for thousands of years. It is a story of how people learned that the path to peace and prosperity was not through constant fighting, but through understanding, learning, and careful planning. This period of turmoil ultimately paved the way for a more unified and stable China, and its lessons continue to teach us about the balance between force and wisdom. In the long story of China, the Qin dynasty stands out as a turning point. After centuries of wars and divisions during the Warring States period, one state rose above the rest to unite China. This period of unification and strong central power is known as the Qin dynasty. The story of the Qin is one of great ambition, brilliant ideas, and hard work. It is also a story of a ruler who dreamed of a united country and worked to make that dream come true. The Qin dynasty began when the state of Qin, one of many that fought during the Warring States period, finally defeated all the other states. Under the leadership of Qin Shi Huang, who later became known as the first emperor, Qin forces overcame rival armies with great determination and strict discipline. Qin Shi Huang was a man with a strong vision. He believed that a united China could be stronger and more peaceful than a land divided by constant fighting. His goal was to bring order to the chaotic world that had come before. To achieve this dream, Qin Shi Huang introduced many new ideas and changes. One of the most important ideas was to create a single strong government that ruled over all of China. Before the Qin, different states had their own laws, writing, weights, and even coins. This made trade, communication, and travel very difficult. The first emperor saw that these differences were a source of weakness. He decided that if he could standardize these things, the country would work much better. One of his first steps was to create a common system of writing. In the past, each state had its own way of writing characters. Under the Qin, a single style of writing was promoted. This helped people from different regions understand one another and allowed the government to communicate its orders clearly. It was a simple idea, but it had a huge impact on the country. A shared language made it easier for people to work together, and it was an important part of building a united nation. Another major change introduced by Qin Shi Huang was the standardization of weights and measures. In earlier times, every state had its own system, which made trade and commerce difficult. The first emperor set up a system where everyone used the same units. This made it easier to buy and sell goods and ensured that taxes were collected fairly. With a common system, the economy of the country began to flourish, and the people could trust that the rules applied to everyone equally. The Qin dynasty was also known for its strong legal system. Qin Shi Huang believed that strict laws were necessary to keep order in his vast empire. Under his rule, the legal system was set up to make sure that everyone obeyed the rules. Punishments for breaking the law were harsh, and this helped to discourage crime and rebellion. While these punishments could seem very strict, they were part of a plan to create a stable and orderly society. The idea was simple. If everyone knew the rules and the consequences of breaking them, they would work together for the good of the country. The centralization of power was another key element of the Qin dynasty. In the past, many local lords and kings held power over their own lands. This made it hard to have a strong, united country. Qin Shi Huang removed many of these local powers and replaced them with officials who answered directly to him. This move was not easy, and it sometimes met with resistance. However, by putting trusted officials in charge, the emperor was able to ensure that his orders were followed throughout the land. This new system of government was one of the first examples of true centralization in Chinese history. One of the most famous projects of the Qin dynasty was the building of great roads and the early beginnings of what would later become the Great Wall of China. The emperor ordered the construction of roads that connected different parts of the country. These roads helped soldiers move quickly to any part of the empire, making it easier to keep the peace. In addition, long walls were built to protect the borders from invaders. Though the Great Wall that we know today was built and rebuilt over many centuries, the Qin dynasty laid the foundations for its construction. These projects not only protected the people but also helped to unite the country by linking distant regions together. The Qin also focused on building a strong military. The armies of Qin Shi Huang were known for their discipline and organization. Soldiers were trained well and their equipment was standardized. With clear rules and strict training, the Qin military could move quickly and fight efficiently. The strong military played a crucial role in unifying the country, as it allowed the emperor to defeat rival states and maintain control over the vast lands he conquered. Agriculture was another area where the Qin dynasty made lasting improvements. The country had many regions with different climates and soils. To help farmers, the government built irrigation systems that brought water to dry lands. These projects increased crop yields and made food more abundant. By ensuring that the people had enough to eat, the Qin government helped to create a stable society. The success in agriculture was also a sign of how a strong central government could improve the lives of its people. Despite the many achievements of the Qin dynasty, the rule of Qin Shi Huang was not without its challenges. His strict laws and harsh punishments made many people fearful. There were also problems with heavy taxes and forced labor. Many workers were put to work on large building projects, and some did not live long lives because of the harsh conditions. These difficulties led to unrest among the people. However, even with these challenges, the legacy of the Qin dynasty remains important because it showed that a united, centralized government was possible. The story of the Qin dynasty is not just about power and control. It is also about innovation and change. The reforms started by Qin Shi Huang helped to shape the future of China. The common language, standardized weights, and strong government became the building blocks for future dynasties. Many of these ideas lasted for thousands of years and became a part of Chinese culture. The work of the Qin shows that even in a time of strict laws and hard labor, great progress can be made when people work together for a common goal. In many ways, the Qin dynasty was a time of great contrast. On one hand, there was the beauty of a united nation with clear rules and a shared language. On the other hand, the strict rules and harsh punishments could make life very difficult for ordinary people. This balance of order and hardship is a part of the Qin story. It reminds us that building a nation is not easy. It requires sacrifices, hard work, and sometimes difficult choices. The achievements of the Qin dynasty set the stage for the next chapters of Chinese history. The ideas of unification and centralization would be built upon by later emperors. The Qin may have been short-lived, lasting only about 15 years. But their impact was great. They showed that it was possible to unite many different regions into one country and that a strong government could bring order to a chaotic land. The reforms and projects of the Qin dynasty became a model for many who followed. Even today, the legacy of the Qin can be seen in many parts of China. The idea of a single unified nation with common laws and language is one of the strongest bonds in Chinese culture. The roads built by the Qin, the early walls to protect the land, and the system of government that they established all contributed to a strong sense of identity among the people. The Qin dynasty reminds us that even in times of great change and conflict, there is the possibility of creating a stable and united society. In the end, the story of the Qin dynasty is a story of bold ideas and determined action. Qin Shi Huang dreamed of a country where all people could live together under one rule, with common laws and shared customs. He took many risks to make that dream come true. Although his methods were sometimes harsh, his vision of a united China helped to shape the nation for many centuries. The strong central government, the standardization of language and measures, and the many public works all began during the Qin dynasty. This chapter of Chinese history teaches us that unity and strength come from working together under clear rules. It shows that while the path to progress can be difficult, the rewards of a stable and connected society are worth the effort. The Qin dynasty is a powerful reminder of what can be achieved when a leader has a clear vision and the determination to make it a reality. The Han dynasty is one of the most important periods in Chinese history. It began in 206 BCE and lasted for nearly 4 centuries. The Han built on the work of the Qin dynasty and expanded China into a vast and strong empire. During this time, the government grew more organized, trade flourished, and ideas from different lands began to mix. One of the most exciting achievements of the Han dynasty was the opening of the Silk Road, a network of trade routes that connected China with the rest of Asia and even reached Europe. The Han dynasty was started by a man named Liu Bang, who later became known as Emperor Gaozu. After a long period of fighting and unrest at the end of the Qin dynasty, Liu Bang emerged as a leader who cared for his people. He believed that a gentle and fair rule was the best way to restore order. Under his leadership, the new Han government set out to make life better for ordinary people. Farmers were given support, taxes were made fairer, and local leaders were chosen for their honesty. These steps helped bring peace and stability to China. One of the most famous emperors of the Han dynasty was Emperor Wu, who ruled from 141 to 87 BC. Emperor Wu was a strong and ambitious leader. He worked hard to expand the borders of the empire. Under his rule, the Han army fought many battles to push the frontier farther than ever before. As a result, the empire grew to include not only the lands along the Yellow River but also new territories in the north and west. These military campaigns were not always easy, and the soldiers had to face fierce enemies like the nomadic Xiongnu. Yet through hard work and clever planning, the Han army managed to win many battles and secure the borders. The expansion of the empire brought new challenges and opportunities. With more land under its control, China became home to many different peoples and cultures. This mix of traditions led to a time of great cultural and technological development. Trade between different regions of the empire grew stronger, and new ideas began to flow between communities. This exchange of goods and ideas laid the foundation for one of the most famous trade networks in history, the Silk Road. The Silk Road was not a single road but a network of trade routes that stretched from China to Central Asia, and even as far as the Mediterranean. It got its name from the prized silk that Chinese weavers made and that was highly desired in other lands. Silk was light, smooth, and beautiful. It was also very expensive, so it became a symbol of wealth and luxury. Merchants traveled along these routes carrying silk, spices, precious stones, and other goods. They also carried ideas, art, and technology from one part of the world to another. For the Han dynasty, the Silk Road was a way to build a bridge between the East and the West. It helped China share its culture and learn about the customs of far-off lands. Along the route, traders exchanged not only goods but also stories, inventions, and even religions. The movement of ideas helped to shape the cultures of both China and the regions it touched. For example, the art of paper making and advanced metal tools spread along the trade routes, while Chinese ideas about government and philosophy influenced other lands. In this way, the Silk Road was more than just a trade route. It was a channel for cultural and intellectual exchange. The Han government supported these long-distance travels by building roads, canals, and relay stations. These projects made it easier for soldiers, officials, and traders to move safely across the vast empire. The roads connected cities and towns, allowing goods to be transported quickly and efficiently. In many ways, the development of these transportation networks was as important as the military campaigns. They not only helped the government keep control of the distant parts of the empire but also fostered a sense of unity and shared identity among the people. Economic growth during the Han dynasty was remarkable. Farmers began to use new tools and better farming techniques, which led to larger harvests. With more food available, towns grew and more people moved to cities. Markets and fairs became common places where merchants sold their goods. The government also played a role in managing the economy by setting up fair tax systems and by keeping trade safe from bandits. The steady economic growth helped support the large armies needed to defend and expand the empire. It also provided the resources for great building projects that left a lasting mark on China. The Han Dynasty was also a time of great cultural achievements. The government sponsored scholars and artists, and many books were written during this period. Historians recorded the events of the time, and these records have helped people today learn about life in ancient China. Poetry, painting, and music flourished as the arts became a way to express the hopes and dreams of the people. The strong support for culture also helped to spread Chinese ideas along the Silk Road, as traders carried art and literature with them on their long journeys. An important aspect of Han society was the rise of a well-organized government. The Han rulers built a strong central bureaucracy. They recruited officials who were educated in the classics of Chinese thought and who knew the values of fairness and duty. This system was partly based on the ideas of Confucius, who had taught that a good government must serve the people with wisdom and kindness. In the Han Dynasty, these ideas were put into practice. Officials were expected to be honest and to work hard for the good of the nation. Their work helped to create a stable society in which people could live and work without constant fear of chaos. The influence of Confucian thought during the Han Dynasty cannot be overstated. The government adopted Confucianism as the official state philosophy. Schools were built, and the classics were studied by young men who hoped to serve the state. The ideas of respect for elders, the importance of family, and the value of learning helped to shape everyday life. These values were passed down through the generations and remain important in China even today. Despite all the progress and achievements, the Han Dynasty also faced many challenges. The expansion of the empire meant that the government had to manage many different peoples and cultures. This sometimes led to conflicts and tensions at the borders of the empire. The Han military had to deal with fierce enemies like the Xiongnu who lived in the northern steppes. To protect the empire, the Han sent armies to guard the borders and to build fortifications. These efforts were difficult and sometimes costly, but they were necessary to keep the empire safe. The long-distance trade along the Silk Road also brought its own set of challenges. Travelers had to face harsh weather, rugged mountains, and vast deserts. Bandits and hostile tribes sometimes threatened the safety of caravans. However, the rewards of trade were great. The goods and ideas that flowed along the Silk Road brought prosperity and knowledge to the empire. In time, even people living far from the capital could enjoy the benefits of trade, as exotic items and new technologies made their way into local markets. The Han Dynasty's achievements in expansion and trade had a lasting impact on China and the world. The ideas and goods exchanged along the Silk Road helped to build bridges between different cultures and laid the groundwork for the global exchange of knowledge that we see today. Chinese silk, art, and inventions were admired in lands far away, and the influence of Chinese culture spread along the routes that connected East and West. As the Han Dynasty grew stronger, it became a symbol of unity and progress. The government's efforts to standardize weights, measures, and the written language helped to create a sense of national identity. The roads, canals, and defenses built by the Han government made it possible for people to travel, trade, and learn from each other. This unity was one of the keys to the empire's long-lasting success. In the end, the Han Dynasty was more than just a period of strong rulers and military victories. It was a time when ideas traveled along the Silk Road and when different cultures began to mix and learn from one another. The Han leaders showed that a strong central government, built on the ideas of fairness and learning, could bring peace and prosperity to a large and diverse empire. Their work laid the foundation for many of the traditions and systems that continued to shape China for thousands of years. The legacy of the Han Dynasty lives on today. Modern China still remembers the great achievements of the Han, from the expansion of the empire to the opening of the Silk Road. The spirit of innovation, hard work, and cultural exchange that marked the Han period continues to inspire people around the world. The Silk Road is remembered not only as a trade route but also as a symbol of the power of ideas and the way they can travel across great distances to bring people together. This chapter of history teaches us that progress comes from both strong leadership and the willingness to learn from others. The Han Dynasty, with its many reforms and its embrace of trade and culture, showed that a nation can grow stronger when it opens its doors to the world. The roads and markets of the Han era were not just routes for goods. They were pathways for ideas, art, and the hope for a better future. In the long journey of China's history, not everything was written in official records or laws. Along with facts and events, stories, myths, and legends began to grow. These tales of heroes, gods, and ancient wisdom mixed with real history to create a rich tapestry of tradition and memory. In this chapter, we will explore how myths and legends were formed, how they were recorded, and how they have helped shape Chinese identity over the centuries. Long ago, before writing was common, people shared stories by speaking them. These stories were passed down from one generation to the next. They explained the world around them. People wanted to understand the mysteries of nature, the changing seasons, and the forces that seemed to control their lives. Myths emerged as a way to answer big questions. Who created the world? Why do the stars shine? How do we explain the power of nature? One of the oldest and most important myths in China is the story of Pangu. According to legend, in the very beginning, the world was a chaotic, dark mass. Out of this chaos came Pangu, a giant who grew larger every day. Pangu is said to have split the darkness into the sky and the earth by wielding a mighty axe. For many years, Pangu stood between the two, growing taller and pushing the sky further away from the earth. Finally, when Pangu's work was done, he laid down his life, and his body became the mountains, rivers, and forests of China. This myth, though not found in early written records, became a powerful symbol of creation and the deep connection between humans and nature. Along with creation myths, many legends tell of ancient rulers and heroes who helped shape the land. One such figure is the Yellow Emperor, known as Huangdi. He is believed to have been a wise leader who taught people how to farm, make tools, and live in harmony with the natural world. Huangdi is also credited with starting many traditions in medicine, art, and even music. Although historians debate how much of his story is true, the legend of the Yellow Emperor has become a cornerstone of Chinese identity. People see him as the ancestor of all Chinese, and his name is still honored in many ceremonies and festivals. As time passed, the task of recording history became more important. Ancient Chinese scholars began to write down events and stories in books. These early records were not always strictly factual. They mixed what really happened with legends and myths. This mix of history and myth created a unique form of storytelling that has lasted for thousands of years. Historiography, or the study of historical writings, became a special field in China. Scholars sought to learn how and why these stories were told, and how they influenced the way people saw their past. One of the great early historians was Sima Qian, who lived during the Han Dynasty. Sima Qian is best known for his work, The Records of the Grand Historian. His book is a long and detailed account of Chinese history from ancient times up to his own day. In his writings, Sima Qian carefully recorded the deeds of kings, generals, and even common people. He also included many stories that had been passed down in the oral tradition. Sima Qian believed that every event, whether fact or legend, was important for understanding the lessons of history. His work set a high standard for later historians and remains a key source for anyone interested in ancient China. The recording of history in written form was not an easy task. In the early days, writing was done on materials such as bamboo, silk, and sometimes even on animal bones. Over time, as the art of writing improved, scholars developed new ways to record their thoughts. The careful work of these historians helped to preserve many stories that might otherwise have been lost. With the invention of paper during the Han Dynasty, writing became easier and more accessible. This allowed the stories of the past to spread even further among the people. The blend of myth and history is also seen in the way the Chinese viewed the passage of time. Many believed that history moved in cycles. Good times would be followed by hard times, and then after a period of chaos, a new order would be born. This idea is reflected in the concept of the mandate of heaven, which we learned about during the Zhou dynasty. The mandate of heaven held that rulers were given their power by a higher force, but that power could be lost if they did not govern well. This belief helped explain why empires rose and fell. It also showed that even if the past was filled with legends, there was a deeper lesson for each generation. Rulers must earn and keep the favor of both the people and the natural order. Over the centuries, many stories and legends continued to evolve. They were told in villages, at courts, and in the halls of scholars. These stories were not only a source of entertainment but also a way to pass on moral lessons. For example, tales of loyalty, bravery, and honor were common. One such story is that of Yu Fei, a general during the Song dynasty who became a symbol of patriotism and loyalty. His story, filled with trials and unwavering duty, has been told and retold, inspiring countless people to stand up for what is right. At the same time, the way people recorded history became more refined. Historians began to look at old stories critically. They compared different accounts and tried to separate fact from fiction. This process of critical study has continued through the ages, leading to what we now call historiography. Chinese historians learned that by studying myths alongside recorded facts, they could gain a deeper understanding of their culture. Myths were seen not just as simple stories, but as windows into the beliefs, hopes, and fears of ancient peoples. The influence of these myths and historical records can still be seen today. In modern China, traditional festivals, art, and literature often draw on ancient legends. Stories of gods, heroes, and wise rulers are part of the collective memory. They remind people of their long history and the values that have been passed down over generations. Even as China has grown into a modern nation, the lessons from its myths and early histories continue to inspire pride and identity. One of the most fascinating aspects of Chinese historiography is how it has shaped the way people think about history itself. Unlike in some cultures where history is seen only as a series of dates and facts, in China, history is also a collection of lessons and moral teachings. Every story, whether it is a grand epic of a ruler or a simple village tale, is viewed as a guide for how to live a good life. The blend of myth and history teaches that the past is not something distant or removed. It is alive in the traditions, values, and dreams of the people. The preservation of these stories was not only the work of scholars and historians. Ordinary people also played a role in keeping the memory of the past alive. In homes, villages, and communities, elders told the stories they had heard as children. These tales were shared during festivals, at family gatherings, and in moments of quiet reflection. They became part of the cultural fabric, a way for people to connect with one another and with the ancestors who had come before. The study of myths and historiography also brought people together in a quest for understanding. Scholars from different parts of China would meet to discuss the meaning of old stories. They debated the truth of legends and the lessons they carried. These discussions were important because they helped to form a common view of history, one that united many different peoples under a shared heritage. Over time, this collective memory became a source of strength for the nation. It reminded everyone that despite changes and challenges, the spirit of the past lived on in the present. In the art of calligraphy and painting, the influence of ancient legends is also clear. Many works of art depict scenes from famous myths, such as the creation of the world by Pangu or the heroic deeds of legendary rulers. These images are not only beautiful but also serve as a reminder of the rich cultural legacy that has shaped China. They invite viewers to look beyond the surface and to reflect on the deeper meanings of life and nature. The blending of myth and history in China is also evident in its literature. Classical works such as epic poems and plays often draw on ancient legends to tell their stories. These works use simple language and clear images to make their points. They show that even though the events they describe happened long ago, the feelings and ideas behind them are still relevant today. Whether it is a tale of love, loss, or bravery, these stories speak to the human heart and help people understand their own lives in a deeper way. Today, modern historians continue to study ancient texts and artifacts. They use careful research to learn more about the lives of people in the past. At the same time, they honor the myths and legends as important parts of China's cultural heritage. In classrooms, museums, and libraries, the stories of old are shared with new generations. Students learn not only the facts of history but also the legends that have been told for thousands of years. This blending of fact and fiction helps them appreciate the beauty and depth of Chinese culture. In many ways, the legacy of Chinese myths and historiography is a lesson in balance. It shows that history is not just about counting battles or recording dates. It is also about understanding the spirit of a people and the ideas that guide them. The myths teach us about creation, life, and the forces that shape the world. The historical records remind us of the achievements and challenges of those who came before us. Together, they form a complete picture. A picture of a nation that values both reason and imagination. As we look back on this long tradition, we see that Chinese myths and historiography are more than just old stories. They are a bridge that connects the past with the present. They remind us that every generation adds its own voice to the story of a people. The lessons of courage, wisdom, and respect for nature that have been passed down through these stories continue to guide and inspire. In the end, the legacy and legend of ancient China show us that the past is never truly gone. It lives on in the tales we tell, the art we create, and the values we hold dear. The myths and historical records of ancient China are a treasure that continues to enrich the lives of people today. They invite us all to learn from the past, to honor the wisdom of our ancestors, and to find our own place in the long and beautiful story of humanity. After the long and stable rule of the Han Dynasty, China entered a time of great division and conflict. This period is often called the Era of Division. It was a time when the country broke into several competing states. One of the most famous parts of this era is the period of the Three Kingdoms. In this chapter, we will follow the story of how China was split into rival kingdoms, how heroes rose and fell, and how the lessons learned during these turbulent years set the stage for future reunification. When the Han Dynasty began to weaken, power was lost by the central government. Regional leaders and military commanders grew stronger, and they soon took control of their local areas. With no strong authority to hold the country together, many small states emerged. These states often fought with each other for land, power, and resources. The bonds that had once united China under a single government started to break. This time of division was marked by chaos, struggle, and a constant change in power. One of the most famous chapters of this era is the period of the Three Kingdoms, which lasted from about 220 to 280 CE. During this time, China was divided among three main states: Wei in the north, Shu in the southwest, and Wu in the southeast. Each of these kingdoms had its own leaders, armies, and ambitions. They fought many battles not only for territory but also for honor and the hope of restoring order to the land. In the state of Wei, powerful generals and wise administrators tried to build a strong centralized government. Wei controlled the fertile lands of northern China and the vast plains along the Yellow River. The rulers of Wei believed that by uniting the country under a single banner, they could restore the greatness of the old Han dynasty. Their armies were disciplined and well-equipped, and they often won victories on the battlefield. However, the power of Wei was always challenged by the other kingdoms. To the southwest was the kingdom of Shu, led by a ruler who was admired for his wisdom and kindness. Shu was smaller than Wei but was known for its brave warriors and talented advisors. The people of Shu remembered the old ways of the Han and held a deep respect for traditions, especially the teachings of Confucius. The ruler of Shu hoped that by following these ideals, he could build a government that cared for the people and brought peace. Though Shu had fewer resources than the other kingdoms, its spirit and determination made it a strong competitor. In the southeast, the kingdom of Wu emerged along the great Yangtze River. Wu was rich in water and natural resources. Its people were skilled in both agriculture and naval warfare. The kingdom of Wu was known for its clever strategies, especially in battles on the river. The ruler of Wu understood that controlling the waterways was key to defending his lands and to trade. His navy was among the best in the land, and he used this strength to protect his kingdom and launch daring attacks on his enemies. As these three kingdoms vied for control, legendary figures emerged. Generals, strategists, and loyal advisors became heroes whose names would be remembered for centuries. Stories of bravery, sacrifice, and clever tactics filled the air. One of the most famous tales from this time is that of the Battle of Red Cliffs, where the forces of Wei faced a mighty coalition of Shu and Wu. In this battle, brilliant strategy and the strength of unity helped the smaller forces overcome a much larger army. This story, full of twists and dramatic turns, has been passed down through generations and is celebrated in literature, opera, and art. The period of the Three Kingdoms was not only a time of warfare but also of great cultural change. With many different rulers and ideas, the era became a melting pot of traditions. Each kingdom brought its own customs and ways of life. In some parts of China, the old traditions of the Han were preserved, while in other areas new ideas began to take root. The constant fighting forced people to be resilient and creative. Art, poetry, and music reflected the struggles of the time as well as the hope for a better future. Even amid the harsh realities of battle, people found moments of beauty and humanity. Along with the rise of these three states, smaller kingdoms and warlords also played a role in shaping the era. Many regions saw local leaders who built their own power bases. They sometimes joined forces with one of the larger kingdoms or fought independently. These smaller states added to the complexity of the time, as alliances were formed and broken with great frequency. Trust was a rare commodity, and loyalties shifted as each leader sought to protect his own interests. This constant change made the period unpredictable, and it was often hard to tell who would emerge victorious. One lesson that many learned during these years was the importance of strong leadership. The chaos of the era of division showed that without a leader who could unite the people and bring stability, the country could fall into endless conflict. The struggles during the Three Kingdoms period made it clear that true power comes not from force alone, but also from wisdom, fairness, and the ability to inspire loyalty. Even in times of strife, those who ruled with compassion and a clear vision were remembered and respected long after their time. The end of the Three Kingdoms period did not bring immediate peace to China. After years of bitter fighting, the states of Wei, Shu, and Wu were eventually conquered by new powers that rose from the ashes of war. In the decades that followed, China experienced further division and the emergence of additional kingdoms. Yet the legacy of the Three Kingdoms lived on. The stories of heroism and tragedy continued to inspire literature and art. They became symbols of the idea that even in the darkest times, hope and honor could shine through. Historians and scholars later studied the era of division to understand its impact on Chinese culture and society. They saw it as a time when the old order was challenged and new ideas were born. The writings of later historians, such as those who recorded the lives of heroes and battles, helped keep the memories of this era alive. The accounts of generals and strategists provided lessons that leaders in later periods would study and use in times of war and peace. The division of China during this era also had lasting effects on the way people thought about government and society. The experience of being ruled by different states taught people the value of unity and the dangers of constant conflict. When the country was finally reunified, the new rulers carried with them the hard-won lessons of the past. They worked to create systems that could balance the need for strong central power with respect for local traditions and diversity. In the years that followed the era of division, China would see periods of reunification and further fragmentation. One of these reunifications came during the Sui dynasty, which managed to bring many of the former kingdoms under one rule. The Sui built on the ideas learned during the time of division to create a government that was strong, yet flexible enough to accommodate different regions and peoples. The memory of the three kingdoms and the many smaller states reminded everyone of the cost of disunity and the value of working together. Today, the era of division, and especially the period of the three kingdoms, remains one of the most popular parts of Chinese history. Books, television series, and movies continue to retell the stories of legendary battles and brave leaders. These tales are not just exciting stories. They also teach important lessons about honor, loyalty, and the power of unity. The era reminds us that history is full of difficult times, but also of moments when the human spirit can rise above conflict and create something lasting. The era of division was a time of great change, a period when old orders crumbled and new ideas began to form. It was a time when the land of China was scattered into many small states, each with its own dreams and challenges. The struggles of this era taught the people valuable lessons about the need for strong, wise leadership and the importance of keeping the bonds of family and community strong. Through endless battles, shifting alliances, and heroic acts, the people of China learned that unity was essential for peace and prosperity. In the end, the era of division, with its famous three kingdoms and many smaller states, set the stage for the future of China. The lessons learned during those years influenced later dynasties, which sought to balance central power with respect for local customs. The courage, wisdom, and determination of the heroes from this time continue to inspire people today. Their stories are a reminder that even in the midst of chaos, there is always the possibility for a new beginning, a chance to rebuild, reunite, and create a better future. After many years of division and conflict, a new era began in China. This was a time when the scattered states and kingdoms started to come together again under one rule. The Sui dynasty, though short-lived, played a crucial role in reunifying China and laying the groundwork for future empires. In this chapter, we will explore how the Sui dynasty brought unity back to a divided land, rebuilt roads and canals, and set China on a path to a new age of strength and prosperity. At the start of the Sui dynasty, China was still recovering from long years of division. Many regions had their own local rulers, and the bonds that had once held the nation together had weakened. The people had suffered from endless wars and their lives were full of hardship. It was during this time that a strong leader emerged, determined to bring peace and order back to China. The Sui dynasty was founded by Emperor Wen, whose given name was Yongjian. Emperor Wen was a clever and compassionate ruler. He knew that to rebuild the country he had to unite the people and create systems that would work for everyone. One of his first steps was to end the chaos by defeating rival warlords and bringing all parts of China under a single government. His success in uniting the nation was not achieved by force alone. He also listened to the needs of the people and worked to restore their trust in a central authority. A key idea of the Sui dynasty was the belief that a strong centralized government was needed to rebuild the country. Emperor Wen reorganized the government and appointed officials based on talent and loyalty. He created clear rules and laws that applied to everyone no matter where they lived. This helped to create a sense of fairness and stability that had been missing for many years. The Sui rulers understood that unity could not be built overnight, but it started with small, steady steps toward a common goal. One of the greatest achievements of the Sui dynasty was the construction of the Grand Canal. Before the Sui, trade and communication between different regions of China were slow and difficult. The country's many rivers were not fully connected, and goods had to be carried over long distances by foot or on simple carts. Emperor Wen saw an opportunity to change this. He ordered the construction of a vast network of canals that linked the north and south of China. The Grand Canal became a lifeline for the nation. It allowed grain, silk, and other goods to be transported quickly, helping to feed the people and boost the economy. Building the Grand Canal was a huge project that required the work of thousands of laborers. People from all over China were brought together to dig, carry stones, and build the channel. The work was hard and often dangerous, but it brought with it hope for a better future. The canal not only improved trade and food supply but also helped to spread ideas, culture, and technology across the country. The Sui dynasty understood that unity was not just about politics. It was also about connecting people through shared resources and common goals. The Sui dynasty also focused on repairing and expanding the road system. Roads were built and improved so that armies, merchants, and travelers could move safely and quickly throughout the empire. These roads connected cities and rural areas, making it easier for the government to communicate with its farthest regions. With improved transportation, local areas could send their goods to larger markets and receive supplies in return. This boost in trade helped small communities grow and supported the central government in its efforts to rebuild the nation. Another important step taken by the Sui rulers was to restore order in the legal system. In the years of division, different regions had their own laws, which often led to confusion and unfair treatment. Emperor Wen worked hard to create a uniform legal code that applied to everyone. These laws helped to protect the rights of ordinary people and ensured that punishments were fair and consistent. The Sui legal system was based on the idea that all people, whether a farmer or a noble, should be treated with respect and fairness. This approach helped to mend the wounds caused by years of conflict and created a stronger bond among the people. Education was also a priority during the Sui dynasty. The rulers believed that knowledge and learning were the keys to a bright future. Schools were established where young people could study the classics, learn about good governance, and prepare to serve the state. The focus on education helped to spread ideas of fairness, loyalty, and duty. As more people became educated, the nation began to see a change in how leaders were chosen and how decisions were made. Education helped to create a new generation of officials who would work for the good of all, rather than for personal gain. The reunification of China under the Sui dynasty was not without its challenges. Rebuilding a nation that had been fractured into many pieces took time and effort. There were still areas where local leaders resisted the new central government, and some parts of the country struggled to adjust to the changes. Heavy taxes and forced labor were sometimes used to complete large public works like the Grand Canal and roads. Many common people felt the strain of these demands, and there were occasional outbreaks of unrest. Despite these difficulties, the Sui dynasty managed to hold the nation together long enough to make lasting improvements. The work of the Sui dynasty had a profound impact on China. By reunifying the country, the Sui laid the foundation for the prosperity that would follow in later dynasties. The reforms and projects started during this time showed that even after years of division and conflict, a nation could heal and grow stronger if its people worked together. The Grand Canal in particular became a symbol of unity, a channel that connected not just cities and regions, but also the hearts of the people. The legacy of the Sui dynasty can still be felt in China today. Modern transportation networks, centralized government systems, and even some legal practices have roots that go back to the efforts of the Sui rulers. Their determination to rebuild a divided land serves as a reminder that even in the face of great challenges, unity and progress are possible. The story of the Sui dynasty is one of hope, perseverance, and the belief that a better future can be built through hard work and cooperation. In many ways, the Sui dynasty was a bridge between the chaos of the past and the promise of the future. The rulers of the Sui understood that to move forward, the wounds of division needed to be healed. They focused on rebuilding the nation's infrastructure, uniting its people under a common law, and fostering a culture of education and shared purpose. Their achievements were not just in battles won or projects completed, but in the restoration of a sense of national identity and pride. The reunification brought by the Sui dynasty also had an important cultural impact. As the country was reunited, the people began to share more common traditions, festivals, and customs. The arts flourished again as poets, painters, and musicians found new inspiration in a united China. The renewed interest in literature and art helped to preserve many old stories and ideas while also creating new ones that celebrated the unity and strength of the nation. The culture of China, rich with both history and new creativity, was strengthened during this time. Even though the Sui dynasty did not last very long, its rule ended after only a few decades. The changes it brought to China were long-lasting. The policies of unification, the building of major infrastructure projects, and the push for education set the stage for the even greater achievements of the Tang dynasty, which followed soon after. The Tang dynasty would build upon the foundation laid by the Sui and lead China into one of its most celebrated periods of art, literature, and international exchange. The Sui dynasty teaches us that unity comes from both strong leadership and the willingness to listen to the people. Emperor Wen and his successors worked hard to overcome the scars of division and to create a nation that could move forward together. Their story shows that even after dark and troubled times, there is always a chance for a new beginning. The challenges they faced were many, but their vision for a united China was clear, and it guided them in every decision they made. Today, the story of the Sui dynasty reminds us that building a nation is not just about laws and roads. It is about connecting people and mending old divisions. It is about understanding that each person, no matter how small their role, is a vital part of the larger whole. The Sui dynasty's efforts to rebuild, reconnect, and reunite are lessons that continue to inspire leaders and citizens alike. In summary, the Sui dynasty was a time of reunification and renewal. Under strong and determined leadership, China was brought back together after long years of division. Through bold projects like the Grand Canal, improved roads, and fair laws, the Sui dynasty not only restored order but also set the country on a path to a bright future. Their work bridged the past and the present, showing that unity and progress are possible when people come together with a shared purpose. The Tang dynasty is often remembered as one of the most brilliant and open-minded periods in Chinese history. Lasting from 618 to 907 CE, the Tang dynasty brought prosperity, art, and culture to China. It was a time when the country opened its doors to the world, welcoming traders, scholars, and travelers from many lands. In this chapter, we will explore how the Tang dynasty became a cosmopolitan empire, one that embraced both tradition and new ideas, and which left a lasting mark on the history of China. When the Tang dynasty was founded, China was coming out of a long period of division and strife. A new leader named Li Yuan, who became Emperor Gaozu, rose to power with a vision for a united and peaceful nation. He wanted to create a government that was strong, fair, and welcoming to new ideas. Under his rule and that of his successors, China entered an era of stability and growth. One of the key features of the Tang dynasty was its strong and efficient government. The emperors of Tang worked hard to build a system that was based on merit and good conduct. They followed many of the ideas of Confucianism, which taught that leaders should be wise and caring. The Tang government recruited officials through examinations, a system that helped to choose the best minds to serve the state. This system made sure that the government was run by capable people who believed in the well-being of the nation. The Tang rulers also placed great importance on the law. They created clear rules that applied to everyone from the highest noble to the common farmer. Justice was an important part of the Tang society, and the emperors believed that fairness would lead to a peaceful and happy nation. These policies helped to create a society where people felt safe and were able to live and work in harmony. One of the most exciting aspects of the Tang dynasty was its openness to the outside world. The Tang court welcomed envoys, merchants, and scholars from distant lands. Trade flourished along the Silk Road, a network of routes that connected China with Central Asia, the Middle East, and even Europe. Through these trade routes, goods such as silk, spices, tea, and porcelain were exchanged, bringing wealth and new ideas into China. This vibrant trade also meant that China was exposed to the cultures, religions, and artistic styles of many different peoples. The capital of the Tang dynasty, Chang'an, modern-day Xi'an, was one of the largest and most vibrant cities in the world at that time. Chang'an was a melting pot of cultures, where people from China, Persia, India, and even as far away as Rome could be found. In the bustling markets of Chang'an, one could hear many languages, see many styles of dress, and find an array of exotic goods. This cosmopolitan atmosphere enriched the culture of the Tang court and influenced art, music, and literature. Art and culture reached new heights during the Tang dynasty. Poets, painters, and musicians thrived under the patronage of the court. Tang poetry in particular is celebrated even today. Poets such as Li Bai and Du Fu wrote verses that captured the beauty of nature, the joy of friendship, and the pain of loss. Their simple yet profound language resonated with people from all walks of life. The art of the Tang period was not only a reflection of the world as it was, but also an expression of hope and imagination. The Tang painters created landscapes and figures with graceful brushstrokes that continue to inspire artists around the world. Religious and philosophical ideas also flourished during this time. Buddhism, which had entered China through the Silk Road, found a welcoming home in the Tang court. Many Tang emperors supported Buddhist temples and invited Buddhist scholars to teach and translate sacred texts. As a result, Buddhism became a major force in Chinese culture, influencing art, literature, and everyday life. At the same time, traditional Chinese beliefs such as Confucianism and Taoism continued to be practiced. This mix of religions and philosophies created a rich spiritual life, where people could find comfort, guidance, and inspiration from many sources. The Tang dynasty was also known for its strong military. The Tang armies were well-trained and organized, and they played an important role in protecting the empire's vast borders. With the help of their skilled generals, the Tang forces defended China against various threats from the north and west. At the same time, the Tang military helped to expand China's influence into Central Asia. These military campaigns not only protected the empire but also helped to spread Chinese culture and ideas to new regions. Despite its strength, the Tang dynasty was not without its challenges. Managing such a large and diverse empire was a complex task. There were times of rebellion and conflict, both from within and from outside the borders. Some regions were restless, and local leaders sometimes tried to gain more power. However, the Tang government worked hard to maintain order through a combination of strong military presence and fair governance. The ability to balance strict control with openness to new ideas was one of the keys to the Tang's long period of success. The economic prosperity of the Tang dynasty was another major factor in its lasting legacy. Agriculture flourished under Tang rule, and farmers benefited from improved irrigation systems and new farming techniques. This abundance of food supported a growing population and allowed cities to expand. The increase in wealth led to a boom in trade, both within China and with distant lands. Markets were filled with a variety of goods, and merchants became important figures in Tang society. This economic growth provided the resources necessary for the arts, education, and public works. Education during the Tang period also saw remarkable progress. The imperial examination system was refined, and scholars studied the classics and modern subjects alike. This emphasis on learning helped to create a class of well-educated officials who governed the state with wisdom and fairness. Schools and academies were established, and many young people were given the opportunity to rise through the ranks based on their abilities rather than their family background. This merit-based system was a major innovation that influenced later generations in China. The influence of the Tang dynasty reached far beyond China's borders. The openness of the Tang court meant that ideas, art, and technology spread along the Silk Road to places like Korea, Japan, and even the Islamic world. Chinese inventions such as woodblock printing and porcelain were adopted and adapted by other cultures. Similarly, Tang art and literature inspired works in other countries. This exchange of ideas helped to create a shared cultural heritage among many nations and showed that China could be both a great empire and a center of global culture. As time passed, the glory of the Tang dynasty began to fade. Internal conflicts, rebellions, and pressure from external forces eventually weakened the empire. By 907 CE, the Tang dynasty came to an end. However, its legacy lived on. The achievements of the Tang period, its art, literature, innovations, and ideas of openness, continued to influence China and the world for many centuries. The Tang dynasty is remembered as a golden age, a time when China reached great heights in many fields and embraced the best ideas from around the world. Today, the spirit of the Tang dynasty can still be felt in modern China. The art, poetry, and music of the Tang period remain an important part of Chinese culture. Museums, libraries, and festivals celebrate the achievements of this time. Scholars study the Tang dynasty not only to learn about the past but also to find lessons for building a better future. The idea that a nation can be strong when it is open to new ideas and cultures is a message that continues to resonate in our fast-changing world. In conclusion, the Tang dynasty stands as a brilliant example of what a nation can achieve when it balances tradition with openness. It was a time of peace and prosperity, when art and learning flourished, when trade connected distant lands, and when different cultures came together to create something unique. The Tang dynasty taught that strength comes not just from power and conquest, but also from wisdom, kindness, and the willingness to embrace new ideas. It was a time when the heart of China beat in harmony with the world, leaving a legacy that continues to inspire people today. After the end of the Tang dynasty, China entered a long and troubled period of division known as the Era of the Five Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms. This was a time when the country was not united under one ruler but split into many smaller states. Even though it was a time of chaos and constant change, the people of China showed remarkable strength and resilience. In this chapter, we will explore how the country went through many ups and downs, how new rulers tried to restore order, and how the spirit of the Chinese people helped keep their culture and traditions alive during these turbulent years. When the Tang dynasty fell in 907 CE, The empire that had once spanned vast lands began to crumble. The central government lost its power, and local military leaders and governors took charge in their own regions. The country split into many small kingdoms and dynasties. Historians call this period the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms because in the north, 5 short-lived dynasties rose and fell one after the other, while in the south and other regions at least 10 separate kingdoms claimed power. Despite the constant fighting and political instability, life went on for ordinary people. Farmers still worked in their fields, artisans continued their crafts, and families maintained their traditions even in times of uncertainty. In the north, the period saw a rapid succession of 5 dynasties. Each of these dynasties ruled for only a few years before being replaced by another. The rulers in the north were often military men who seized power by force. They tried to restore order, but the struggle for control was never far from the surface. Even though each new dynasty brought hope for a fresh start, the quick turnover of rulers made it hard for any one government to build long-lasting institutions. With each change in leadership, new laws were made and old customs were sometimes forgotten, which led to further confusion among the people. In the south and other regions, the situation was somewhat different. Instead of large dynasties, several smaller kingdoms emerged, each with its own local culture and style of government. These kingdoms, while independent, often had to deal with constant threats from their neighbors and from the unruly north. They built strong local defenses, sometimes forming alliances with one another to resist common enemies. Although they were small, these kingdoms were centers of art, trade, and learning. Many of them tried to preserve the traditions of the old Tang dynasty and even improved on them, nurturing local cultures that would influence China for centuries to come. One of the most remarkable aspects of this period is how the people managed to keep their lives moving forward even when the political situation was unstable. In the cities, markets remained busy and trade continued along old routes. The merchant caravans still traveled the roads, carrying goods like silk, tea, and spices, and the exchange of ideas did not stop. In rural areas, life revolved around the cycles of planting and harvesting, and the common folk found comfort in their everyday routines. They celebrated local festivals, kept family traditions alive, and passed down stories from one generation to the next. These simple acts of resilience helped to maintain a sense of continuity and identity even when the country was divided. Amid the political chaos, many local leaders emerged who cared deeply for their people. They were not always able to create a lasting dynasty, but they left behind legacies of kindness, fairness, and determination. Some of these rulers worked hard to improve local infrastructure, such as repairing roads, rebuilding irrigation systems, and restoring old buildings. These projects made life a little easier for the people and showed that even in times of conflict, a focus on the common good could bring hope. In these small kingdoms, the seeds of later unity were sown, as the emphasis on caring for the people and preserving culture became a model for future leaders. During this era, literature and art took on new meanings. Many poets and painters found inspiration in the hardships of the time. Their works often spoke of sorrow and loss, but also of the beauty of nature and the strength of the human spirit. The art from this period was not as grand as that of the Tang, yet it carried deep emotion and a desire for peace. These creative expressions helped people cope with the harsh realities of their lives. They reminded everyone that even when the world seemed to be falling apart, beauty and hope could still be found. Religious and philosophical ideas also played an important role during the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period. Confucianism, which had been the backbone of government during the Tang, continued to influence many educated people. Scholars and officials tried to use the teachings of Confucius to restore order and guide behavior, even if they were not in charge of a large empire. At the same time, Buddhism and Taoism offered solace to those who suffered through the constant turmoil. Temples and monasteries became centers of learning and community support. Monks and scholars shared their wisdom and helped ordinary people find meaning in difficult times. The blending of these beliefs provided a spiritual foundation that supported people as they navigated the challenges of a fragmented society. The period of fragmentation also saw changes in military tactics and the organization of armies. With so many small states vying for power, warfare became more common, and battles were often fought over small pieces of land. Generals and warlords developed new strategies to outmaneuver their rivals. Despite the frequent conflicts, many of these military leaders were also patrons of the arts and supporters of local culture. They understood that a strong and educated people could help secure their power and bring stability back to their regions. Their efforts, even if temporary, demonstrated that resilience and resourcefulness could arise even from the depths of chaos. Trade and commerce continued to play a vital role during this era. Despite the political divisions, many trade routes remained open, and merchants found ways to do business across the different kingdoms. Markets in cities and towns became meeting points for people from various regions, and the exchange of goods also meant an exchange of ideas and customs. This vibrant trade network helped to maintain a shared cultural heritage among the different parts of China. Over time, the commercial links between these states laid the groundwork for eventual reunification by keeping the people connected, even when their rulers were divided. Education and the pursuit of knowledge also held strong during these years. Many scholars took refuge in local academies and temples, where they studied the classics and discussed new ideas. This period of intellectual activity ensured that even if the central government was weak, the spirit of learning and culture would survive. The preservation of old texts and the creation of new works of literature and history meant that the wisdom of the past was not lost. In many ways, the resilience of Chinese culture during this time was a testament to the strength of its traditions and the determination of its people to keep their heritage alive. As the years passed, the struggles of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period began to give way to a gradual sense of reunion. Local rulers who had once fought against each other started to see the benefits of cooperation. New leaders emerged who were able to bridge the gaps between different regions. They looked back to the ideas of past dynasties and drew on the cultural and intellectual wealth that had survived the chaos. These efforts eventually led to the reunification of China under a new dynasty, one that built on the hard lessons of this fragmented era. The resilience shown by the people during this time left a lasting impact on Chinese history. The hardships they endured and the ways in which they adapted to constant change became an important part of the national story. The period of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms taught the people the value of unity, perseverance, and the importance of preserving cultural traditions. It was a time when even in the face of division, the heart of China continued to beat strongly. Families maintained their customs, communities celebrated their local festivals, and the arts flourished in hidden corners of the land. These acts of resilience helped to bridge the gap between a divided past and a more united future. In summary, the era of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms was a challenging and complex period in China's long history. The central government had fallen and many small states emerged, each with its own rulers and customs. Yet, in the midst of political chaos, the people found ways to survive and even thrive. They kept their traditions, supported each other, and maintained the spirit of learning and creativity. The lessons of this time about the importance of unity, the power of resilience, and the need to preserve cultural heritage would later guide the reunification of China. Though the period was marked by frequent battles and shifting alliances, it also showed that the Chinese people were strong and determined. Their ability to adapt to keep their culture alive, and to look forward to a better future is a story of hope that still inspires many today. After the long years of fragmentation and regional struggles, a new era of change and progress began in China with the Song dynasty. Starting around 960 CE and lasting until 1279 CE, the Song dynasty brought many new ideas and improvements to everyday life. It was a time when China became more open to new technologies, arts, and trade. The country grew richer in culture and learning, and cities expanded like never before. In this chapter, we will explore how the Song dynasty transformed China through innovation and urbanization, and how these changes helped shape the future. When the Song dynasty was established, the country was recovering from years of division and conflict. The new rulers understood that for China to move forward, it was important to promote education, improve technology, and create a strong economy. The Song emperors worked hard to support farmers, encourage trade, and make life better for ordinary people. They believed that progress could be achieved not only through military strength but also by supporting knowledge and creativity. One of the most important features of the Song period was the rapid growth of cities. As the economy improved, more people moved from rural areas to towns and cities in search of new opportunities. Cities like Kaifeng and Hangzhou grew to become some of the largest and most prosperous in the world. These cities were centers of trade, culture, and learning. Markets filled with goods from all parts of China, and even from other lands, brought together a mix of cultures and ideas. Streets bustled with merchants, craftsmen, scholars, and families. This urban life was marked by energy and change. With the growth of cities came the need for better organization and infrastructure. The Song government invested in building roads, bridges, and public buildings. They improved water management systems to support the expanding population and to help agriculture. Public granaries were built to store food during lean times, and new systems of trade regulation helped ensure that markets operated fairly. These improvements made it easier for people to travel, trade, and communicate across long distances, which in turn boosted the economy even further. Innovation was at the heart of the Song dynasty. The period is known for many technological advances that changed everyday life. One of the most famous inventions was movable type printing. Before this innovation, books had to be copied by hand, which made them rare and expensive. With movable type, individual characters could be arranged and rearranged to print books quickly and efficiently. This meant that knowledge could spread more easily and more people could learn to read. As a result, education became more accessible to a larger part of society. Another major innovation of the Song period was the improvement of agricultural techniques. Farmers learned new methods for irrigation and developed better tools for planting and harvesting. The use of early mechanical devices like water-powered mills helped to increase crop production. These advancements led to more abundant harvests, which supported larger populations and the growth of cities. With food in plentiful supply, people could devote more time to learning, art, and trade. The economy of the Song dynasty was also marked by the rise of a new class of merchants. As cities grew and trade flourished, merchants became important figures in society. They traveled long distances along well-established trade routes, both within China and to foreign lands. The bustling markets in cities were filled with goods such as silk, tea, ceramics, and spices. Money became more common, and the use of paper money was introduced to simplify trade. This shift helped to create a more dynamic and interconnected economy. Cultural life reached new heights during the Song dynasty. As education spread and the printing revolution made books widely available, literature and art flourished. Scholars gathered in academies and salons to discuss ideas, write poetry, and study the classics. Song poetry is known for its graceful and reflective style, often celebrating nature, friendship, and the fleeting nature of life. painters of the Song era created beautiful landscape paintings that captured the misty mountains and flowing rivers of China. These works of art were simple yet full of feeling, reflecting a deep appreciation for the natural world and the balance of life. In addition to art and literature, the Song dynasty was a time of scientific discovery. Scholars made important advances in fields such as astronomy, medicine, and engineering. They built precise instruments to measure time and the movement of the stars. This work not only improved calendars and navigation but also laid the foundation for later scientific studies. Many of these discoveries were recorded in books, which were printed and shared widely. The growth of science and technology during the Song period helped to change the way people understood the world around them. The government of the Song dynasty also made important changes to its administration. Inspired by the teachings of Confucius, the Song rulers placed a high value on merit and education. They refined the imperial examination system, a method for selecting officials based on their knowledge of literature and philosophy rather than on their family background. This allowed talented individuals from all walks of life to serve the state. As a result, the government became more efficient and just. The emphasis on education and civil service helped to create a society where ideas and knowledge were highly respected. Urbanization during the Song period led to new social and cultural trends. In the busy cities, people enjoyed a variety of public entertainments. Theaters, tea houses, and gardens became popular places where citizens could relax and socialize. Public performances of music, dance, and drama brought joy and relief from the pressures of daily life. These cultural activities not only provided entertainment but also helped to spread new ideas and artistic styles across different parts of the empire. Trade and commerce were not confined to the borders of China. During the Song dynasty, Chinese merchants traveled as far as Southeast Asia, the Middle East, and even East Africa. These voyages brought new goods and ideas back to China. The exchange of products like porcelain and silk with foreign markets helped to create a vibrant international trade network. This global connection also meant that Chinese art, technology, and culture influenced other countries and vice versa. The Song period was a time of great cultural exchange, and it set the stage for China to play an important role in world history. Despite these achievements, the Song dynasty also faced challenges. The government had to balance the needs of a growing urban population with the interests of rural communities. Managing a vast network of trade and communication was not easy, and conflicts sometimes arose over resources and power. In addition, the Song military often struggled against powerful neighboring states. The need to defend its borders and maintain internal order put pressure on the government and its people. Yet even in the face of these difficulties, the innovations and ideas of the Song period continued to flourish. The legacy of the Song dynasty is still felt today. Many of the inventions and ideas developed during this time became the building blocks of modern Chinese society. The emphasis on education, technology, and trade helped to shape a culture that values learning and creativity. The cities that grew during the Song period laid the foundation for the modern urban centers of China. The artistic and literary works of the Song era continue to be admired for their beauty and wisdom, and they remind us of a time when innovation and tradition went hand in hand. In the end, the Song dynasty was a time of great change and progress. It was an era when China transformed from a land of small, scattered communities into a nation with bustling cities, a dynamic economy, and a rich cultural life. The Song rulers, scholars, merchants, and ordinary people all played a part in creating a society that celebrated knowledge, art, and the spirit of innovation. Their hard work and determination brought about new ideas and improved ways of life that have influenced generations to come. Today, when we look back on the Song dynasty, we see a period when the heart of China beat with creativity and purpose. The innovations in printing, agriculture, and technology, along with the growth of cities and the spread of knowledge, were key to the progress made during this time. The Song dynasty teaches us that progress is built on the foundations of education, hard work, and the willingness to embrace new ideas. It shows that even in times of challenge, human creativity and determination can lead to remarkable change. The story of the Song dynasty is a reminder that innovation and urbanization are not just about building structures or developing new technologies. They are about improving people's lives and connecting communities. The growth of cities brought people together, trade linked distant lands, and new ideas spread like a light in the darkness. These changes helped to build a society where the arts, sciences, and commerce thrived, leaving a legacy that continues to inspire modern China and the world. During the later part of the Song dynasty and into subsequent periods, China saw a renewed focus on education and good governance. This era is often remembered for the revival of Confucian ideas and the strengthening of the civil service system. In this chapter, we explore how the idea of choosing officials based on talent and knowledge helped shape Chinese society, and how Confucian teachings were revived to guide government, family, and everyday life. After many years of innovation and growth during the Song dynasty, Chinese rulers realized that a strong, stable government needed more than just military strength or economic progress. It needed wise, learned leaders. This is where the civil service system became very important. The civil service system was a way to choose government officials through examinations. Rather than relying solely on family connections or wealth, talented individuals could earn a place in the government by studying hard and learning the principles of Confucian thought. Confucianism, a philosophy that had been around for centuries, emphasizes values such as respect for elders, honesty, loyalty, and a deep concern for the welfare of others. Confucius taught that a good government was one where leaders acted like caring parents and served the people with wisdom and kindness. During the Song dynasty, the civil service examination system was refined and became a key part of how officials were selected. This system allowed many scholars who were not from noble families to rise through the ranks. They studied the classic texts of Confucius and other ancient masters, learning about history, ethics, and the proper ways to govern. The examination process was rigorous. Candidates spent many years preparing for these tests. They had to learn poetry, history, literature, and the teachings of Confucius. The examinations were not only a test of memory but also of a candidate's ability to think clearly about moral and social problems. Success in these examinations meant that a person could hold an important position in government. This system was seen as a way to ensure that the state was run by knowledgeable and capable individuals who were committed to the well-being of the nation. One of the big benefits of the civil service system was that it opened the doors for many talented people. In the past, power was often held by a few powerful families, and positions in the government were passed down from father to son. With the examination system, someone from a modest background had a chance to serve the state if they were willing to study hard. This idea helped to create a more fair and efficient government. It also meant that the values of Confucianism, such as respect for education and the importance of hard work, became a part of everyday life. The revival of Confucian thought during this period was not just about government. It also reached into society, influencing family life and social relationships. Confucian teachings stressed that every person had a role to play in society. For example, children were taught to respect their parents and elders, while rulers were expected to care for their subjects as a parent cares for their children. This idea of a well-ordered society, where everyone knew their responsibilities, helped to create a sense of stability and harmony even in times of change. The influence of Confucianism extended into education as well. Schools and academies flourished during this period. These institutions taught the classics of Chinese literature and philosophy. Many scholars dedicated their lives to studying these texts, and their work influenced not only government policies but also the arts and literature. Poetry and essays written during this time often reflected Confucian ideals, praising loyalty, righteousness, and the importance of learning. The revival of Confucianism helped to bring together people from different parts of society. It provided common values that could unite families, communities, and the nation as a whole. Alongside these cultural and social changes, the civil service system also played a key role in building a strong government. By selecting officials through examinations, the state ensured that its leaders were not only intelligent but also deeply familiar with the teachings of Confucius. This focus on education and moral values helped to make the government more effective and just. Officials were expected to act with integrity and to serve the public with humility. In turn, the people felt more confident in a government that was seen as fair and based on merit. This period also saw a flowering of scholarship. Many famous scholars wrote commentaries on the Confucian classics. Their writings helped to clarify and expand on Confucius ideas, making them even more accessible to ordinary people. These scholars often held government positions as well, where they could put their ideas into practice. Their work reinforced the belief that a well-educated leader was the best kind of ruler. In addition to government officials, many private scholars became respected teachers and writers. Their contributions to literature and philosophy continued to shape Chinese thought for centuries to come. Despite its many successes, the civil service system and the revival of Confucianism were not without their challenges. The examination process was extremely competitive. Many candidates spent years studying, and only a few would pass the exams and earn a government position. This created a great deal of pressure and sometimes even led to corruption or cheating. The high demands of the examinations meant that families would invest a great deal of time and resources into preparing their children, sometimes at the expense of other areas of life. Nonetheless, the system was seen as a step toward a more just and merit-based society, and efforts were continually made to improve its fairness. The Yuan dynasty was a unique and important period in China's long history. It began when the Mongols, a powerful people from the vast grasslands of Central Asia, conquered China. This chapter tells the story of the Yuan dynasty, a time when China was ruled by a non-Han dynasty. It was a period of cultural exchange, political change, and significant transformation. In this chapter, we explore how the Mongols, led by Kublai Khan, established the Yuan dynasty, how they ruled over China, and how their influence shaped the country in new ways. The story of the Yuan dynasty starts with the rise of the Mongol Empire. The Mongols were known as fierce warriors who moved quickly across the open steppes. Under the leadership of Genghis Khan in the early 1200s, the Mongol armies conquered vast lands, uniting many nomadic tribes into one powerful force. Their military might was legendary. They used clever tactics, speed, and organization to defeat enemies who were often much larger in number. By the mid-1200s, the Mongol Empire stretched from the Pacific Ocean to the heart of Europe. As the Mongols expanded their territory, they turned their attention to China, a land with long traditions, rich culture, and great wealth. After many years of fighting, the Mongols finally defeated the Southern Song dynasty in 1279 CE. This victory was led by Kublai Khan, the grandson of Genghis Khan, who had a vision for ruling a vast empire that combined the strength of the Mongol people with the advanced civilization of China. In 1271, Kublai Khan declared the establishment of the Yuan dynasty, and by 1279 he had unified China under Mongol rule. The Yuan dynasty was different from previous Chinese dynasties in many ways. One of the biggest changes was that the rulers were not ethnic Han Chinese but Mongols. This difference brought new ideas and customs into China. The Mongol rulers, including Kublai Khan, tried to learn about Chinese culture and adopted many Chinese practices in order to govern effectively. They moved the capital to Dadu, modern-day Beijing, which later became an important center of power for China. Under Mongol rule, China became a melting pot of cultures. The Mongols had conquered many lands and they brought with them people from many different backgrounds. This diverse mix included Persians, Central Asians, Europeans, and others who came as part of the Mongol armies or as merchants and scholars. The presence of these groups led to a great exchange of ideas, art, and technology. For example, new ways of building, new styles of art, and even new foods entered China during this period. The Yuan dynasty is often remembered as a time when East met West, and when China became more connected to the wider world. Even though the Yuan dynasty was founded by the Mongols, the rulers had to govern a large and complex society. They kept many Chinese traditions to make sure that the people felt respected and understood. Laws and government offices continued many of the practices from earlier dynasties, but the Mongols also introduced their own ideas about military organization and governance. The administration of the empire was divided into different classes. The Mongols and other Central Asians held the highest positions, while ethnic Han Chinese and others were given lower ranks in government. This system sometimes caused tension, as many talented Chinese scholars and officials felt that they were not treated fairly. Nonetheless, the Yuan government made efforts to maintain order and collect taxes, which helped to support public works and the military. One of the major achievements of the Yuan dynasty was the improvement of trade and communication. The Mongols were famous for their vast and efficient postal system. They set up relay stations along major roads, where messengers could quickly pass on information across great distances. This system helped the government manage the large empire and also encouraged commerce. The famous Silk Road continued to be an important route for trade, and new trade routes were opened as well. Traders from Europe, the Middle East, and Asia met in bustling markets, exchanging goods such as silk, spices, precious metals, and ceramics. This open trade helped to bring wealth into China and allowed new ideas and inventions to flow into the country. During the Yuan period, the arts and sciences also saw change. The Mongols themselves were interested in the cultures of the lands they ruled. They invited scholars, engineers, and artists from many different regions to share their knowledge. This led to a blend of Chinese and foreign ideas in art, literature, and technology. For instance, new forms of drama and painting appeared, and there was an increased interest in astronomy and geography. Many famous works of art and literature from the Yuan period show a mix of Chinese themes and Central Asian influences. In addition, the use of paper money expanded greatly during this time, which made buying and selling easier for both common people and merchants. Religious life in the Yuan dynasty was also diverse. The Mongol rulers were known for their religious tolerance. They respected different beliefs and allowed many religions to be practiced freely. Buddhism, Taoism, Islam, and Christianity all had their followers in Yuan China. Temples and mosques were built, and religious scholars were invited to the court to discuss their ideas. This openness to different beliefs helped to create a society where many cultures could live side by side and learn from one another. Despite the many achievements of the Yuan dynasty, there were also challenges. The system of government, which gave high positions mostly to Mongols and Central Asians, sometimes led to resentment among the ethnic Han Chinese. Many Chinese scholars and officials felt that they were not given a fair chance to serve in important roles. This tension, along with heavy taxes and forced labor for public projects, caused some unrest among the people. Over time, these problems contributed to difficulties in maintaining the large empire. Rebellions began to occur and the strain on the government grew. The Yuan dynasty lasted for almost a century. Although it brought many positive changes such as increased trade, cultural exchange, and new ideas, It also faced the inherent challenge of ruling a vast and diverse population under a system that was sometimes seen as unequal. By 1368, the Yuan dynasty came to an end when Chinese forces overthrew the Mongol rule and established the Ming dynasty. Many Chinese felt that it was time for a return to native rule, and the transition marked the beginning of a new chapter in Chinese history. Even after its fall, the legacy of the Yuan dynasty continued to influence China. The period of Mongol rule opened China to many new ideas and connections with the outside world. Trade networks expanded, and the exchange of art, science, and technology left a lasting mark on Chinese culture. The Yuan dynasty also showed that a vast empire could be ruled by a people from a different culture, and this idea of multicultural exchange helped to shape the future of China. Many later rulers looked back on the Yuan period as a time when China became more open and connected to the rest of the world. In conclusion, the Yuan dynasty was a time of change and contrast in China. It was a period when a new people, the Mongols, came to rule a country with a long and rich history. Under Mongol rule, China experienced an unprecedented level of cultural exchange. Trade flourished, new ideas spread, and the arts blended Chinese traditions with influences from Central Asia and beyond. However, the system of government that favored Mongols and their allies also led to tension and unrest among many Chinese. Despite these challenges, the legacy of the Yuan dynasty is one of openness, innovation, and the willingness to learn from different cultures. The story of the Yuan reminds us that great changes often come from unexpected places, and that the blending of cultures can lead to progress and new ideas. After the fall of the Yuan dynasty, the people of China longed for a return to native rule and a revival of their ancient traditions. This desire led to the rise of the Ming dynasty in 1368. The Ming era is known for its efforts to restore Chinese culture, strengthen the central government, and explore new maritime routes. In this chapter, we will follow the story of the Ming dynasty, a time of great restoration and bold ambitions on the seas. The Ming dynasty began when Zhu Yuanzhang, a peasant who had experienced hardship during the Mongol rule, rose to power. He became known as the Hongwu Emperor, and his determination to rebuild China from the ground up inspired many. The Hongwu Emperor believed that the strength of the nation lay in its people, traditions, and well-organized government. His early years on the throne were marked by efforts to restore order after the years of Mongol domination. One of the first tasks of the Hongwu Emperor was to reorganize the government. He wanted to ensure that power was not concentrated in the hands of a few, as had been the case during the Yuan dynasty. To do this, he introduced reforms that placed more control in the hands of the central government. Officials were selected through strict examinations and by proving their loyalty and talent. The aim was to build a government that was efficient, fair, and deeply rooted in Chinese traditions. These reforms helped to restore confidence among the people who had suffered under foreign rule. The Hongwu Emperor also took strong measures to rebuild the economy. After years of instability, many areas had suffered from neglect and hardship. The new government worked to improve agriculture, repair irrigation systems, and rebuild towns and markets. By investing in the countryside, the Ming rulers hoped to ensure that farmers had the resources they needed to produce food. A strong agricultural base was seen as essential for the prosperity and security of the nation. As harvests improved, the economy grew stronger and life became a little easier for many families. Cultural restoration was another major focus of the Ming dynasty. The new rulers were determined to revive the art, literature, and customs of ancient China. They encouraged scholars to study the classics of Confucianism, which taught the values of respect, loyalty, and duty. In schools and government offices, these traditional ideas were promoted and many old customs were brought back. The Ming period saw a great flowering of Chinese art. painters, calligraphers, and poets created works that celebrated the beauty of nature and the wisdom of the past. This revival of culture helped to mend the wounds of the previous era and to create a strong national identity. At the same time, the Ming dynasty was not content to simply look inward. The empire's rulers were also interested in exploring the wider world. One of the most famous examples of Ming ambition was the series of voyages led by Admiral Zheng He. Starting in the early 15th century, Zheng He commanded large fleets of ships on journeys that sailed as far as Southeast Asia, India, the Persian Gulf, and even the coasts of East Africa. These voyages had several goals: to display the might of the Ming dynasty, to establish trade relations, and to create diplomatic ties with distant lands. Zheng He's fleets were an impressive sight. His ships were some of the largest in the world at the time, built with sturdy wood and equipped with sails that could harness the wind. The fleets carried precious gifts, silk, porcelain, and other goods that were highly prized in foreign markets. The voyages brought back not only exotic goods but also new ideas, cultures, and technologies. They helped to open up China to the world and made the empire a center of global trade and cultural exchange. Although these maritime adventures eventually came to an end, they left a lasting mark on the history of China and inspired many future generations. However, the Ming dynasty also faced many challenges. The enormous cost of building and maintaining large fleets, along with the expense of public works, put a strain on the government's finances. At the same time, the Ming rulers had to defend the vast borders of the empire from threats both from the north and along the coasts. The Great Wall of China was rebuilt and reinforced during the Ming period as a defense against nomadic invaders from the north. This massive construction project not only symbolized the strength of the nation but also required hard work and dedication from countless workers across China. The Ming dynasty's efforts to balance restoration at home with maritime exploration abroad were not without controversy. Some scholars and officials questioned the need for expensive overseas voyages when there were so many problems to solve at home. Over time, as the costs mounted and the benefits became less clear, the government began to reduce support for these grand expeditions. Yet, the spirit of adventure and the desire to connect with the wider world remained a bright spark in the history of the Ming dynasty. Throughout its rule, the Ming dynasty was also marked by strong cultural achievements. The imperial court became a center of art and innovation. Many famous works of literature, porcelain, and painting were produced during this period. The blue and white porcelain that Ming potters crafted became famous around the world for its beauty and quality. These cultural treasures not only reflected the skills and creativity of Chinese artisans but also helped to spread Chinese culture to faraway lands through trade and diplomacy. The Ming rulers were also very concerned with the proper way to govern and the importance of moral leadership. They believed that a ruler should be like a caring parent to his people, setting a good example and ensuring that everyone was treated fairly. This idea was deeply rooted in Confucian teachings and helped to shape the policies of the Ming government. The emphasis on good governance meant that even in times of conflict or difficulty, the government strove to act in the best interest of the nation. This focus on moral leadership contributed to a period of relative stability and order. Despite the many successes of the Ming dynasty, the period was not without its later problems. As the years passed, internal corruption, heavy taxes, and natural disasters began to take their toll. The vast size of the empire made it difficult to govern perfectly, and by the end of the Ming period, many regions were unhappy with the government. Social unrest and rebellion grew, and the dynasty faced increasing challenges that would eventually lead to its downfall. Yet even in its final years, the legacy of the Ming dynasty in terms of art, culture, and administrative reform had a profound influence on China. In the end, the Ming dynasty stands as a period of both restoration and bold ambition. It was a time when China worked hard to rebuild its government, revive its ancient traditions, and embark on adventures that connected it to the wider world. The achievements of the Ming period, from the rebuilding of the Great Wall and the flourishing of art and literature to the daring voyages of Zheng He, remained important parts of China's national heritage. They showed that even after periods of hardship and foreign domination, a nation could rise again and shine with new light. The story of the Ming dynasty teaches us about the power of renewal. It reminds us that even when old ways have been lost or forgotten, they can be revived through hard work, dedication, and a deep love for one's culture and people. The Ming dynasty's focus on strong central government, moral leadership, and cultural creativity created a legacy that lasted long after the dynasty itself ended. The treasures of Ming art, the lessons of good governance, and the memory of great maritime journeys continue to inspire people today. In conclusion, the Ming dynasty was a remarkable era of restoration and exploration. It marked a time when China reconnected with its ancient roots and reached out to the world beyond its borders. The blend of cultural revival at home and ambitious maritime ventures created a legacy of strength, creativity, and openness. The Ming dynasty's story is one of resilience, showing that a nation can overcome challenges and build a future that honors the past while daring to explore new horizons. As China grew into a vast and complex empire, its rulers and scholars understood that good government was as much an art as it was a science. During the later imperial periods, the idea of a refined, cultured court went hand in hand with the practical work of governing a huge nation. This chapter tells the story of how imperial culture and the craft of governance developed in China. We will see how the skills of diplomacy, administration, art, and philosophy were all blended together to form a unique way of ruling that influenced generations. The imperial court of China was more than just a place where decisions were made. It was a center of culture, art, and learning. Emperors and their officials believed that a well-run government should reflect the beauty and order of nature. They saw themselves as stewards who had a duty to maintain harmony in the land. This belief was based on the idea that a good government was one that cared for its people and promoted order, fairness, and the arts. At the heart of imperial culture was the respect for tradition and the lessons of the past. Rulers studied the classic texts of Confucius, Laozi, and other great thinkers, believing that these works offered guidance on how to rule wisely. These texts taught that the leader should be like a moral exemplar, one who leads by example and nurtures the talents of others. By following these ancient teachings, emperors hoped to create a government that was just and benevolent. In their view, the art of governance was not only about making laws and collecting taxes. It was also about cultivating virtue and creating a society where people could live in peace and prosperity. The imperial court was a lively center of activity. Scholars, poets, artists, and officials gathered to exchange ideas and to work on the many challenges of running such a vast empire. Meetings were held in grand halls, where officials discussed the state's problems and planned projects to improve the lives of the people. These discussions were often accompanied by poetry recitals, music performances, and calligraphy exhibitions. In this way, governance was intertwined with the arts. The emperor was expected to be well-versed not only in military and administrative matters but also in poetry, painting, and philosophy. One of the key aspects of the craft of governance was the establishment of clear laws and regulations. Over the centuries, Chinese rulers developed a sophisticated legal system designed to maintain order and ensure fairness. Officials were expected to enforce the law, but they were also expected to use discretion and to act with kindness. This balance between strictness and mercy was a core idea of imperial governance. Laws were written in a way that reflected both the need for order and the belief that people could improve through education and moral guidance. The civil service played an important role in this system. As mentioned in earlier chapters, the imperial examination system allowed talented individuals to join the government. By studying the classics and mastering the art of administration, these officials earned their positions based on merit rather than birth. This system encouraged hard work and learning, and it created a body of well-trained administrators who could manage the day-to-day affairs of the state. The civil servants were responsible for collecting taxes, maintaining public works, and ensuring that the emperor's edicts were carried out. Their work was essential for the smooth running of the empire. The court also invested in many public projects that improved the lives of ordinary people. Grand building projects such as the construction of palaces, temples, and public granaries were common. These projects not only served practical purposes but also symbolized the power and benevolence of the emperor. Roads, bridges, and canals were built to connect distant parts of the empire. These improvements made travel and trade easier, helping to knit together a large and diverse country. The successful completion of such projects demonstrated the capability of the government and helped to instill confidence among the people. Art and literature flourished under imperial patronage. Emperors were great supporters of the arts, and they often commissioned works that celebrated the beauty and history of China. Paintings depicted majestic landscapes, ancient legends, and scenes of everyday life. Calligraphy was highly valued as a form of personal expression and as an indicator of a scholar's refinement. Poetry and essays written by court poets captured the emotions and ideas of the time. These works were not just for decoration. They were considered an important part of the state's cultural heritage. They helped to spread the values of the empire and to create a shared sense of identity among its citizens. The philosophy that underpinned imperial culture was closely linked to the idea of harmony. Many rulers believed that the natural order of the world was reflected in the way society should be run. Just as the seasons changed in an orderly cycle, so too should the affairs of state be managed with balance and fairness. This belief led to the development of policies that aimed to reduce corruption and to ensure that resources were distributed equitably. The idea was that a harmonious society was one where everyone had a role to play, and where the ruler was seen as a caring guide rather than a tyrant. Diplomacy was another important skill in the craft of governance. China's emperors often had to deal with neighboring states and distant lands. They used both force and negotiation to protect the empire's borders and to secure favorable trade deals. Diplomatic missions were sent to establish friendly relations with neighboring countries. These missions were often led by learned officials who could speak several languages and understand different cultures. Through diplomacy, China was able to maintain a network of alliances and to create a peaceful environment that allowed trade and cultural exchange to flourish. The balance between central authority and local autonomy was a constant challenge for imperial governance. While the emperor and his court made decisions for the entire empire, local officials had to adapt these decisions to the conditions of their regions. This required flexibility and a deep understanding of local customs and needs. Successful governors were those who could balance the central government's expectations with the realities on the ground. They built local networks of trust, ensuring that the policies of the court reached even the most remote parts of the empire. This blend of central planning and local implementation was a hallmark of the Chinese system of governance. Over time, the culture of the imperial court became a model for society at large. The ideals of loyalty, self-improvement, and public service spread beyond the halls of government. Families began to emphasize education and moral conduct as central values. The stories of great officials and wise emperors were told and retold, inspiring future generations to work for the common good. Even as new challenges arose and new dynasties came to power, the legacy of the imperial culture and the craft of governance remained a guiding light for the nation. However, the path of governance was never easy. The vast size of China and the diversity of its people meant that conflicts and disagreements were inevitable. Even the best-intentioned rulers sometimes struggled to balance the needs of different groups. Corruption and inefficiency could creep into the administration, and local leaders sometimes pursued their own interests at the expense of the state. Yet the system of checks and balances, along with the ideal of the civil servant as a learned and moral guardian, helped to keep these problems in check. The continuous effort to refine governance, to promote learning, and to preserve cultural traditions was seen as a work in progress, a task that required the commitment of every generation. The imperial culture of China also left a lasting impact on the way the world viewed governance. Scholars in many other countries admired the Chinese system for its emphasis on merit, order, and moral leadership. The blend of art and administration, the care for public welfare, and the respect for tradition became points of reference in discussions about how to build a good society. In this way, the ideas developed in the Chinese imperial court influenced not only China but also parts of East Asia and beyond. In conclusion, the period of imperial culture and the craft of governance was a time when the art of ruling was elevated to a high level. It was a period marked by the belief that a government should be more than a machine for making laws and collecting taxes. It should be a source of beauty, wisdom, and moral guidance. The rulers and officials of imperial China worked hard to create a harmonious society where education, art, and public service were valued above all else. Their efforts laid the foundation for a long tradition of good governance that has continued to influence Chinese society for centuries. The legacy of this period reminds us that the strength of a nation depends not only on its military might or economic power but also on the values it holds dear. Through careful administration, cultural patronage, and a deep respect for the past, the imperial courts of China set an example of how to govern wisely and justly. Their work in blending tradition with innovation, central authority with local needs, and art with administration continues to inspire those who seek to build a better society today. The Qing dynasty was the final imperial dynasty in China. It began in 1644 and lasted until the early 20th century. During these centuries, China experienced many changes under Qing rule. In this chapter, we will explore how the Qing dynasty rose to power, how it maintained control over a vast and diverse land, and the ways in which its policies and culture left a lasting mark on Chinese society. The story of the Qing dynasty starts with the Manchu people who came from the northeastern region of China. In the early 1600s, the Manchus were building a strong military force in their homeland. They were known for their discipline, skilled riding, and effective tactics. The weakening of the Ming dynasty, China's previous dynasty, gave the Manchus an opportunity to expand their power. In 1644, as the Ming government struggled with internal rebellions and corruption, the Manchus crossed the Great Wall. They took advantage of the chaos, defeated local forces, and soon established the Qing dynasty. One of the early tasks of the new rulers was to gain the support of the people. The Qing emperors realized that simply conquering China was not enough. They had to win hearts and minds. To do this, they adopted many Chinese traditions and maintained much of the existing administrative system. They continued to use the civil service examinations to choose officials, ensuring that talented scholars could serve the government. This approach helped to ease the transition from Ming to Qing rule and made many Chinese feel that their traditions were being respected. The Qing dynasty was a multi-ethnic empire. The rulers themselves were Manchu, but they governed a population that was mostly Han Chinese, along with many other ethnic groups such as Mongols, Tibetans, and Uyghurs. To manage this diversity, the Qing emperors created policies that allowed different peoples to maintain their customs and religions. At the same time, the Qing government worked hard to create a unified system of laws and administration that reached every corner of the empire. The emperors even learned to speak Mandarin, and they studied Chinese classics to show that they respected the rich cultural heritage of the land. Under Qing rule, China experienced a period of stability and prosperity, especially during the early years. Agriculture flourished, trade increased, and the population grew steadily. The government built roads, repaired canals, and maintained the Great Wall, which had long been a symbol of China's strength. The Qing emperors also patronized the arts and literature. Court painters, calligraphers, and poets created works that celebrated nature, history, and the virtues of good government. These cultural achievements not only pleased the emperors but also helped to foster a sense of unity and pride among the people. One of the strengths of the Qing government was its ability to adapt. As challenges arose, the rulers were able to adjust policies and seek new ways to solve problems. For example, when local rebellions threatened the peace, the Qing military responded with both strength and flexibility. The military forces were well trained and organized, using strategies that had been refined over many years. They were able to protect the borders and maintain order in a vast empire that stretched from the mountains of Tibet in the southwest to the grasslands of Mongolia in the north. The Qing dynasty also expanded China's influence beyond its borders. Trade and diplomacy flourished during this time, and Chinese merchants reached distant lands. The empire maintained a complex network of trade routes, both overland and by sea. Items such as silk, porcelain, tea, and spices were traded with countries in Asia, Europe, and Africa. These interactions brought new ideas and technologies into China, while Chinese culture and inventions spread to other parts of the world. This period of exchange helped to create a more connected and vibrant global community. Despite its many successes, the Qing dynasty faced significant challenges over time. As the centuries passed, new problems began to emerge. One major issue was corruption within the government. In some regions, officials became more interested in personal gain than in serving the people. This corruption sometimes led to unfair treatment and heavy taxes, which placed a burden on ordinary citizens. In addition, rapid population growth put pressure on land and resources, leading to periods of famine and unrest. Another challenge came from outside China. During the 18th and 19th centuries, European powers began to make their presence felt in Asia. Trade disputes, unequal treaties, and conflicts such as the Opium Wars exposed weaknesses in the Qing government. Many Chinese felt that their country was being forced to open its markets and give up its sovereignty. These events stirred up national pride and resentment, and they eventually contributed to internal movements for reform and revolution. In response to these challenges, some Qing emperors and officials tried to introduce reforms. They realized that in order for China to compete with Western powers, it needed to modernize. Efforts were made to improve the military, to reform the tax system, and to encourage the study of new sciences and technologies. While these reforms brought some progress, they were often met with resistance from conservative elements within the government who wished to preserve traditional ways. The struggle between tradition and change became a central theme in the later years of the Qing dynasty. The later part of the Qing era was marked by both hope and turmoil. On one hand, there was a growing desire to learn from the West. New ideas about government, industry, and education began to spread among Chinese intellectuals. On the other hand, the deep-seated problems within the empire made it difficult to bring about swift and effective change. Natural disasters, widespread poverty, and social unrest added to the pressure on the government. These challenges eventually led to revolutionary movements that called for the end of imperial rule. By the early 20th century, the Qing dynasty was unable to meet the demands of a changing world. In 1911, a revolution broke out and many people, especially younger generations influenced by new ideas of democracy and modernization, sought to replace the old system. In 1912, the last emperor of China abdicated, and the Qing dynasty came to an end. The end of the Qing marked the end of thousands of years of imperial rule in China and the beginning of a new era. The legacy of the Qing dynasty is complex. On one hand, it was a period of great cultural achievement, territorial expansion, and successful governance over a diverse empire. On the other hand, the challenges it faced in modernizing and dealing with foreign pressures left many lessons for future generations. The Qing rulers' efforts to manage a multi-ethnic empire, to blend Manchu traditions with Chinese culture, and to maintain stability over a vast territory have all influenced modern ideas about governance and national identity. Today, many aspects of Qing culture remain a source of pride in China. The art, literature, and architecture of the Qing period are celebrated in museums and cultural sites across the country. The Qing dynasty's legacy of a strong, centralized government and its efforts to manage diversity are studied by scholars and remembered by those who appreciate the deep history of China. The challenges the Qing faced in modern times also remind us that even the most powerful empires must adapt to a changing world or risk being left behind. In conclusion, the Qing dynasty was the last great imperial era of China. It was a time of both remarkable achievements and serious challenges. The Qing rulers brought stability and unity to a vast, diverse land. They expanded China's borders, fostered cultural exchange, and maintained traditions while also adapting to new ideas. Yet, as the world changed around them, the limitations of their system became clear. The eventual fall of the Qing dynasty set the stage for modern China, a nation that continues to balance its rich past with the demands of a rapidly changing future. The story of the Qing dynasty teaches us that even a long and proud empire can face difficulties when the world moves on. It shows the importance of adapting to new ideas while respecting tradition, and it reminds us that the strength of a nation lies not only in its past glories but also in its ability to change and grow. The Qing dynasty's legacy, with all its complexities, continues to be a source of inspiration and reflection for those who study China's long and fascinating history. As the Qing dynasty entered its final decades, China began to face a world that was rapidly changing. The old ways of imperial rule, with their grand palaces and long traditions, were gradually giving way to new ideas and challenges. In this chapter, we explore how the centuries-old imperial system started to crumble and how the birth of modernity slowly took shape. This was a time of both loss and hope, a period when the echoes of the past mixed with the call for a new future. By the 19th century, China was confronted with many internal and external pressures. The once mighty Qing dynasty had grown weak from within. Corruption had spread through the government, and many officials were more interested in personal gain than in the welfare of the people. Heavy taxes, burdensome laws, and natural disasters added to the suffering of ordinary citizens. In the countryside, famines and rebellions became more frequent. Local leaders sometimes used violence to settle disputes, and the sense of unity that had held the empire together for centuries began to fade. At the same time, new ideas from the West were starting to reach China. Through trade and contact with European nations, Chinese scholars and officials learned about industrial machines, modern warfare, and new ways of thinking about government and society. These ideas were both exciting and alarming. Some saw them as a chance to modernize and strengthen the country, while others feared that too much change would destroy China's ancient traditions. One of the key moments in this period was the series of conflicts known as the Opium Wars. Western traders had been selling opium, a highly addictive drug, into China for years. The addiction spread rapidly among the population and led to a serious social problem. When Chinese officials tried to stop the trade, powerful European nations, particularly Britain, responded with military force. The Opium Wars resulted in humiliating defeats for China, and the treaties that followed forced China to open its ports to foreign merchants and grant other unfair privileges. These events shocked the Chinese people and highlighted the need for change. They were seen not just as military defeats but as a sign that the old imperial system was no longer able to protect the nation. Inside China, reformers and revolutionaries began to call for an end to imperial rule. Intellectuals studied Western ideas of democracy, science, and industry, and many believed that China needed to change in order to survive. Schools and newspapers began to appear that discussed these new ideas. Across the country, people debated whether China should embrace modern technology and political systems or stick to its ancient traditions. In cities, new clubs and associations were formed where young people gathered to discuss how to save their country. Their discussions were full of passion, hope, and sometimes despair, as they looked at a nation in turmoil and wondered what the future might hold. This period of transition was not without conflict. Many loyalists still believed in the old ways of the emperor and the imperial court. They argued that China's long history and rich culture were worth preserving, and that the wisdom of the past should guide any change. At the same time, reformers warned that clinging too tightly to old traditions could prevent China from adapting to a new modern world. These debates sometimes turned bitter and even violent. In some parts of the country, rebellions broke out as different groups fought for control and for the direction they believed the nation should take. One of the most significant developments during this time was the 1911 revolution. After decades of growing discontent, people from all walks of life, scholars, soldiers, workers, and peasants, united in a call for change. They sought to overthrow the Qing dynasty and establish a new government based on modern ideas of citizenship and democracy. The revolution was not a sudden event but the culmination of years of frustration and hope. In 1911, the revolution erupted across China. Cities fell, battles were fought, and soon the old imperial order began to collapse. By early 1912, the last emperor of China, feeling the weight of mounting pressure and the desire for a new start among his people, abdicated. The end of the Qing dynasty marked the end of over 2,000 years of imperial rule. In its place, a new nation, the Republic of China, was born. The idea behind the Republic was to create a government that represented the people, one that was based on the principles of equality, modern education, and science. Leaders hoped that by embracing new ideas and technologies, China could regain its strength and find a place in the modern world. The birth of the Republic of China was both inspiring and challenging. On the one hand, it filled many people with hope that China could finally overcome its past difficulties and build a better future. New schools were founded, newspapers and journals spread news and ideas quickly, and the arts flourished with themes of progress and renewal. The promise of modernity brought people together with a shared vision of a nation that was dynamic, open, and strong. On the other hand, the transition was not smooth. The new government had to deal with deep-rooted problems. Regional warlords still held power in many parts of the country, and there was little central control. Political factions often clashed, and efforts to create a unified, stable nation met with many obstacles. The dreams of a modern republic were sometimes dashed by infighting and corruption. These struggles made the road to modernization a difficult one. Despite these challenges, the birth of modernity set in motion many changes that would shape China for decades to come. In the realm of education, for example, Western science and technology began to be taught alongside traditional Chinese subjects. Universities were established, and young people traveled abroad to learn about new inventions and ideas. In industry, modern factories slowly began to replace traditional workshops. Railways, telegraphs, and later automobiles and airplanes started to shrink the vast distances of China and connect its people like never before. Political change also swept the country. New political parties emerged, and debates about the future of China became a central theme of public life. Leaders from different backgrounds, including military figures, intellectuals, and businessmen, sought to influence the direction of the nation. While these changes sometimes led to chaos and conflict, they also opened the door for ideas about democracy, human rights, and economic progress that continue to influence China today. The transition from imperial rule to modernity was also deeply felt in Chinese culture. For centuries, art and literature had celebrated the grandeur of emperors, the beauty of classical landscapes, and the wisdom of ancient poets. Now a new style began to emerge. Modern Chinese writers and artists started to experiment with new forms and subjects. They wrote about everyday life, the struggles of ordinary people, and the hopes for a brighter future. This cultural shift reflected the turbulent times, a blending of ancient heritage with modern aspirations. The transformation also had a profound impact on the identity of the Chinese people. The fall of the Qing dynasty forced many to reconsider what it meant to be Chinese. For some, it was a painful break with tradition, a loss of the continuity that had defined the nation for thousands of years. For others, it was a chance to start fresh, to build a nation that could stand proud in the modern world. This redefinition of national identity was not easy. It involved a long process of debate, learning, and sometimes conflict. Yet it was also a time of great creativity and energy as people worked together to create a new sense of what their country could be. As the Republic of China struggled to find its footing, new movements and ideas emerged that would eventually lead to further changes. The quest for modernity inspired efforts in many areas, from art and science to politics and economics. Some of these efforts laid the groundwork for even more dramatic changes in the decades that followed, as China continued its journey into the 20th century and beyond. In looking back at the fall of the imperial system and the birth of modernity, we see a period marked by both sorrow and hope. The end of centuries of imperial rule was a loss of a familiar order, a world that many had known since childhood. But it was also the beginning of a new chapter, a chance for China to embrace modern ideas and to forge a new path forward. The struggles and sacrifices of this period remind us that change is often painful but necessary for progress. Today, the legacy of this transformation is still evident in modern China. The ideas that began to take hold during the fall of the Qing dynasty, democracy, science, and modern education, continue to shape the country. The bold efforts of reformers, revolutionaries, and everyday citizens paved the way for a nation that, while deeply rooted in its ancient traditions, is also an active participant in the global community. Their story is a testament to the power of renewal and the enduring strength of the human spirit. In conclusion, the fall of empire and the birth of modernity in China was a complex and challenging process. It was a time when the old order gave way to new ideas, when centuries of tradition met the forces of change, and when a nation in crisis began to dream of a better future. The end of imperial rule was not the end of China's story. It was the beginning of a new, modern chapter that continues to unfold today. The journey from the imperial past to a modern future is filled with lessons about the need for change, the importance of learning from history, and the value of hope in the face of adversity. With the end of centuries of imperial rule, China entered a new era as the Republic of China. The fall of the Qing dynasty in 1912 brought hope for a fresh start, but it also presented many challenges. As a nation with a long and proud history, China had to find a new way to define itself in a modern world. In this chapter, we explore how the Republic of China struggled to create a national identity. We will look at the challenges faced by its leaders, the ideas of reform and modernization, and the many efforts made by ordinary people to build a nation that could stand proud on the global stage. After the last emperor stepped down, many Chinese were filled with both relief and uncertainty. The end of the Qing dynasty meant that China was free from imperial rule, but it also meant that an old system that had lasted thousands of years was gone. New leaders emerged, promising to bring progress and equality to the country. Sun Yat-sen, often called the father of the nation, became one of the most important figures during this period. He envisioned a country built on the principles of nationalism, democracy, and the livelihood of the people. Sun Yat-sen believed that by uniting all Chinese, regardless of region or class, China could overcome its past divisions and move into a bright future. One of the greatest challenges for the Republic was the diversity of China's many regions. Over centuries, different parts of China had developed their own local customs, languages, and ways of life. The vast country was home to many ethnic groups, each with its own traditions. Creating a national identity meant bringing together these many voices while honoring their differences. Leaders of the new republic had to find a balance between unity and diversity, a task that was as difficult as it was important. They worked to promote ideas of citizenship and shared values, using symbols like the national flag and anthems that spoke of a united people. The early years of the republic were marked by great ambition, but also by great turbulence. Political factions and regional warlords often fought for power. The central government struggled to maintain control, and there were frequent changes in leadership. Many Chinese hoped for a stable democratic system, but the road was not smooth. These struggles led to periods of chaos and even civil war. Despite these challenges, the ideas of modernization and reform continued to spread. Intellectuals, students, and even ordinary citizens began to question old traditions and look to new models from the West. They studied science, technology, and democratic ideals, hoping to create a society that was both modern and true to Chinese culture. Education became one of the central pillars for building a new nation. Schools and universities were established to train young people in modern subjects such as mathematics, science, and foreign languages, alongside the study of traditional Chinese classics. Many students were inspired by ideas of progress and national pride. They imagined a China that could compete with the industrialized nations of Europe and America, a country that used its long history as a foundation to build a bright future. This new generation of scholars and professionals was determined to reshape the nation and to restore China's status on the world stage. Economic modernization was also a key goal for the Republic. After centuries of an agrarian society under imperial rule, many leaders recognized the need to build factories, develop infrastructure, and embrace modern methods of production. Railways were built to connect the vast country, making it easier for goods and ideas to travel. Cities grew rapidly as centers of commerce and industry, and new technologies began to change everyday life. This economic growth was seen as essential for strengthening the nation and for providing a better life for its people. However, the path to modernization was not easy. The country faced financial difficulties and many regions lagged behind in development. Still, the hope for progress and the belief in the potential of a modern China drove many reform efforts. Political reform was another important aspect of building a new national identity. The ideals of democracy and the rule of law, introduced by revolutionary leaders, began to influence government policies. The idea was to create a system where power was not held by one family or a small group of elites, but where leaders were chosen by the people and held accountable for their actions. Sun Yat-sen and his supporters promoted a republican model that emphasized equality and civic participation. They envisioned a government that would protect the rights of all citizens and allow for open debate and innovation. Though the political journey was rocky, with frequent changes in government, challenges from warlords, and struggles against corruption, the dream of a democratic China continued to inspire many. Alongside political and economic reforms, cultural revival played a major role in the struggle for national identity. Writers, artists, and filmmakers began to explore themes of patriotism, history, and the modern life of the Chinese people. They drew on China's rich cultural heritage, the great literature, art, and philosophy of the past, to inspire a sense of pride in what it meant to be Chinese. At the same time, they looked to the future, embracing new forms of expression that reflected the rapid changes happening around them. This blending of the old and the new helped to create a cultural dialogue that resonated with people from all walks of life. Despite these many efforts, the Republic of China faced constant internal and external challenges. Internally, the country was divided among competing regional powers. Warlords controlled many areas, and the central government often struggled to enforce its policies. Externally, China was forced to deal with foreign powers that sought to carve out spheres of influence. Unequal treaties, foreign concessions, and conflicts with other nations reminded many Chinese of the weakness of the old system and the urgent need for a strong modern nation. These struggles often fueled nationalistic sentiment. People rallied around the idea of saving China and restoring its dignity, and this patriotic fervor became a driving force in the quest for national unity. One major consequence of this turbulent period was the deepening of a national consciousness. As people faced hardship and external pressure, a shared sense of identity began to emerge. Newspapers, magazines, and public lectures spread news of reform and celebrated examples of courage and sacrifice. Intellectuals and political leaders debated how best to combine modern ideas with traditional Chinese values. Over time, these discussions helped to shape a common vision for what China should be: a country that honored its ancient heritage while embracing the innovations of modernity. The struggle for national identity during the Republic of China was not only fought in the halls of government or in the streets during protests. It was also reflected in everyday life. Families began to teach their children about the great figures of Chinese history, and traditional festivals were celebrated with renewed enthusiasm. At the same time, new customs and practices began to appear in urban centers, where modern lifestyles blended with age-old traditions. In markets, public squares, and homes, people found ways to express their pride in being Chinese, even as they navigated the changes brought by modernization. The journey toward a strong national identity was long and difficult. The Republic of China had to overcome decades of instability, corruption, and external pressure. Yet, through the efforts of countless individuals, from visionary leaders to ordinary citizens, the seeds of modern Chinese identity were sown. Their struggles laid the groundwork for future developments, influencing later movements and the eventual establishment of a new political system in mainland China. The ideas that emerged during this time, of democracy, national unity, and cultural pride, continue to be part of the Chinese story. In summary, the Republic of China represented a bold attempt to break away from the old imperial system and create a modern nation based on equality, education, and national pride. The new government faced enormous challenges, from regional divisions to foreign interference, yet it also inspired a powerful movement toward modernization. The struggle to define what it meant to be Chinese during this period was a complex process that involved political reform, economic modernization, and cultural revival. Through hardship and conflict, a new sense of national identity emerged, one that would continue to evolve in the years to come. The story of the Republic of China is a testament to the strength and resilience of a people determined to forge a future that honors both its rich past and its hopes for tomorrow. It reminds us that national identity is not fixed but is built over time through the combined efforts of leaders and citizens alike. Even today, the lessons learned during this formative period continue to shape the way many Chinese see themselves and their country, as they work to build a modern nation that remains true to its ancient roots. By the mid-20th century, China had experienced centuries of change. Dynasties rising and falling, empires uniting and then breaking apart, and new ideas emerging from both East and West. Amid these dramatic shifts, the country faced deep social and economic problems. The old systems were no longer able to meet the needs of a vast and growing population. This period of turmoil set the stage for a powerful revolution that would change China's future forever. In this chapter, we explore the events leading to the rise of Communist China, the challenges of revolution, and the birth of a new government that promised a fresh start for millions of Chinese people. After years of instability during the final days of the Republic of China, many people became disillusioned with the political chaos and corruption that had taken hold. The nation was weakened by warlordism, foreign interference, and constant internal conflict. Ordinary people suffered from poverty, hunger, and a lack of opportunity. Across the country, workers in factories and peasants in the countryside began to demand a change. A government that would look after the needs of the many rather than the few. During this time, the ideas of Marxism and communism began to spread in China. These ideas, which had already transformed societies in Europe and Russia, promised to create a fairer society by redistributing wealth and power. Chinese intellectuals and activists saw in these ideas a solution to the deep problems facing their nation. They argued that the traditional ways of ruling had failed to bring progress and equality. Instead, they called for a new system where the working class and peasants would have a voice, and where resources would be shared more evenly among all people. One of the key figures in this movement was Mao Zedong. Born in a small village in Hunan province, Mao experienced firsthand the hardships of rural life. He saw how poverty and exploitation affected the lives of peasants, and he became determined to change the system. Mao and his fellow revolutionaries organized secret meetings, distributed pamphlets, and built networks of supporters among workers and peasants. They believed that the power of the people, when united, could overthrow the old government and create a new society based on equality and justice. The Chinese Communist Party, CCP, was founded in 1921 by a small group of activists, including Mao. In the early years, the party faced many difficulties. It was small, and its ideas were met with resistance from powerful forces who supported the traditional ways of government. The CCP struggled to gain a foothold amid the competing forces of warlords, the nationalist government, also known as the Kuomintang or KMT, and foreign powers. However, through perseverance and the promise of a better future, the communists slowly built support among the rural population, who made up the vast majority of China's people. One of the turning points in this struggle was the Long March, a grueling retreat undertaken by the Red Army, the military arm of the Communist Party, in 1934 to 1935. Facing overwhelming military pressure from the nationalist forces, the communists embarked on a nearly year-long journey across some of China's harshest terrain. The Long March was filled with danger, hunger, and exhaustion, but it became a powerful symbol of the determination and sacrifice of the communist movement. It also helped to spread the party's message and to recruit new supporters among the people who witnessed the courage and resilience of the soldiers. During the following years, China was plunged into a broader conflict as the Japanese invaded in the 1930s and 1940s. This invasion united many Chinese, including both communists and nationalists, in a common struggle against a foreign enemy. While the nationalist government bore the brunt of the fighting, the communist forces were also active in resisting the invaders. The war against Japan further demonstrated the need for unity and reform in China, and it provided the communists with a chance to build strength and legitimacy. The sacrifices made during the war added to the growing belief that a new system was necessary to protect and rebuild the nation. After Japan's defeat in World War II, China was left in a state of disarray. The nationalist government, led by Chiang Kai-shek, tried to restore order and rebuild the country, but it was weakened by years of war and corruption. Meanwhile, the Communist Party, now more experienced and with a strong base among the rural population, gained momentum. Tensions between the nationalists and the communists escalated into a full-scale civil war. This conflict, which lasted from 1946 to 1949, was bitter and hard-fought. Both sides suffered heavy casualties, and the nation was divided as friends and families found themselves on opposite sides of the struggle. The turning point came when the communists, led by Mao Zedong, were able to secure decisive victories in key battles. Their strategy focused on mobilizing the masses, especially peasants, and using guerrilla tactics that proved effective against the better-equipped nationalist forces. Over time, the communists gained the upper hand. The promise of land reform, fairer distribution of wealth, and a government that truly cared for the people resonated with millions who had long suffered under an unequal system. As the tide of the Civil War turned, the nationalist government retreated to the island of Taiwan, and on October 1, 1949, Mao Zedong proclaimed the founding of the People's Republic of China in Beijing. The establishment of communist rule brought enormous changes to Chinese society. The new government embarked on a series of radical reforms aimed at transforming the economy and society. Land reforms were among the first measures introduced. Large estates owned by wealthy landlords were redistributed to peasants, giving millions of rural families a chance to own their own land. These reforms were not without controversy, and the process sometimes involved harsh methods and significant upheaval. Nevertheless, for many peasants, land reform represented a long-awaited promise of fairness and a chance for a better life. The communist government also focused on modernizing the country's industrial and agricultural sectors. State-owned enterprises were created to manage key industries, and large-scale projects were launched to build infrastructure such as roads, bridges, and factories. Education was reformed to promote literacy and technical skills, and efforts were made to spread new scientific and technological knowledge among the people. The government's goal was to build a strong, self-reliant nation that could stand on its own in a rapidly changing world. Social changes accompanied these economic and political reforms. The Communist Party promoted ideas of equality between men and women, and efforts were made to improve healthcare, education, and social welfare. Traditional social hierarchies were challenged, and new opportunities opened up for those who had been marginalized under the old system. The government also worked to spread its ideology through mass campaigns, newspapers, and public meetings. Propaganda played a significant role in shaping public opinion and rallying support for the new order. Symbols such as the red flag and images of heroic workers and peasants became powerful icons of the revolution. While the rise of Communist China brought many positive changes, the early years were also marked by challenges and hardships. The country faced economic difficulties, natural disasters, and the enormous task of rebuilding after decades of war. The new government had to balance the ideal of equality with the practical needs of running a large and diverse nation. In many cases, policies were implemented quickly and with great force, which sometimes led to unintended consequences and social disruption. The period was one of intense transformation as old ways of life were replaced by new ideas and systems. The revolution that brought about communist rule also left a deep imprint on Chinese culture and national identity. For many people, the success of the revolution represented a break from a past of inequality and foreign domination. A new beginning where the nation could rebuild itself on the principles of fairness and self-reliance. The stories of struggle and sacrifice during the revolution became part of the national narrative, celebrated in literature, film, and art. The communist victory was seen as a triumph of the people, a movement where ordinary citizens had played a role in shaping the future of their country. Over the decades that followed, the government of the People's Republic of China continued to evolve. While the early years were focused on rapid change and radical reform, later policies would shift toward economic modernization and opening up to the global market. Throughout these transformations, the legacy of the revolution, its ideals of equality, national unity, and the importance of the common people, remained a core part of China's identity. The revolution and the rise of communist China fundamentally reshaped the nation, laying the groundwork for the dramatic changes that would come in the second half of the 20th century. In conclusion, the revolution that led to the rise of communist China was a complex and challenging process. It was a time when deep social and economic problems accumulated over centuries finally gave way to a bold new vision for the future. Led by figures like Mao Zedong, the communist movement tapped into the hopes and frustrations of millions of Chinese people. Through war, struggle, and sacrifice, a new government was born that promised to build a more equal and prosperous society. The transformation was not easy. There were many hardships along the way, but the birth of the People's Republic of China marked a turning point in the nation's long history. The legacy of this revolutionary period can still be felt today. It reminds us that dramatic change often comes from the collective will of the people, and that the dream of a better society can inspire even the most determined struggles. The rise of communist China set the stage for a future where China would emerge as a major force in the world. A nation that, while still deeply connected to its ancient heritage, would also embrace modern ideas and technologies. After decades of revolutionary change and political transformation, China entered a new phase in its long history. The early 1980s marked the beginning of a series of economic reforms that would transform the nation from a closed, state-controlled economy into one that embraced market principles and opened up to the world. This chapter tells the story of these reforms, the changes they brought to everyday life, and how the opening of China set the stage for its rapid growth and global influence in the modern era. In 1978, under the leadership of Deng Xiaoping, China began to rethink its economic policies. The country had experienced years of political upheaval and strict government control over the economy. Many people lived in poverty, and China's industries struggled to keep up with those in the West. Leaders recognized that the old system was not working and that the nation needed to change in order to improve the lives of its people. The goal was simple: to raise living standards, create jobs, and modernize the economy. One of the first steps was to allow farmers more freedom over their own land. Prior to the reforms, the government controlled agriculture through collective farming. Under the new policy known as the Household Responsibility System, families were given a plot of land to work on. They were allowed to keep any extra produce after meeting state quotas. This change motivated farmers to work harder and to use their own ideas to improve farming techniques. As a result, crop yields increased and rural communities began to see improvements in their daily lives. Along with agricultural reforms, China started to allow private business and entrepreneurship. Special economic zones, SEZs, were established in coastal areas such as Shenzhen, Zhuhai, and Xiamen. In these zones, foreign companies were invited to invest, and local businesses were given more freedom to operate under market conditions. The SEZs became testing grounds for new ideas. They attracted both foreign capital and skilled workers, leading to rapid industrial growth. Factories, offices, and modern infrastructure sprang up in these areas, turning small towns into bustling cities almost overnight. The opening of China to the world was another major part of these reforms. For many years, China had been isolated from global trade, and its economy was largely self-contained. Deng Xiaoping and other leaders realized that to achieve rapid growth, China needed to connect with the international community. As a result, the country began to lower trade barriers, modernize its ports, and join international organizations. Foreign investors were welcomed, and joint ventures with Western companies became common. This influx of foreign technology and ideas played a key role in modernizing Chinese industries and boosting exports. Economic reforms also led to major changes in the way China managed its industries. State-owned enterprises, SOEs, were reformed to increase efficiency and competitiveness. While the government continued to play a strong role, many enterprises were given more autonomy to make decisions. New management practices were introduced, and competition among firms helped to drive innovation. Over time, many of these companies became global leaders in their fields, contributing to China's growing role in the world economy. Education and technology became central to the reform efforts as well. The government invested heavily in improving schools and universities, encouraging the study of science, engineering, and modern business practices. Students were sent abroad to learn from developed countries, and upon their return, they helped to bring new ideas and technologies to China. This focus on education created a skilled workforce that was ready to take on the challenges of a modern economy. As technology spread throughout the country, factories modernized and the quality of products improved, making Chinese goods competitive in global markets. As the economy grew, China's cities expanded at an unprecedented pace. New urban centers emerged and existing cities saw rapid development. Skyscrapers, highways, and modern shopping centers replaced older, more traditional buildings. Urban life changed dramatically. Millions of people moved from rural areas to the cities in search of better job opportunities. This migration brought with it challenges such as housing shortages and environmental concerns, but it also fueled innovation and cultural exchange. Cities became hubs of creativity and economic activity, drawing talent from across the country. The impact of economic reforms reached far beyond the industrial and urban sectors. The improvement in living standards was visible in everyday life. Families had more money to spend on education, healthcare, and leisure. New consumer products, ranging from televisions to refrigerators, became widely available. The quality of life improved for millions of Chinese people, and poverty rates began to decline. Markets flourished, and the diversity of goods, both domestic and imported, reflected a more open and dynamic economy. As people's incomes rose, so did their aspirations, leading to a vibrant middle class that played an important role in the country's social and economic development. Trade and international relations took on new importance as China's economy opened up. The country became one of the world's largest exporters, sending manufactured goods to nearly every corner of the globe. China's products, once seen as low-cost and simple, gained a reputation for quality and innovation. Foreign companies set up offices and factories in China, drawn by its large market and skilled workforce. This exchange was not one-sided. China also imported advanced technologies, ideas, and managerial expertise that helped modernize its industries. The global network of trade that China became part of helped to lift millions out of poverty and made the nation a key player in world commerce. The opening of China also had a profound impact on culture and society. As more people traveled abroad and as international influences entered the country, there was a blending of traditional Chinese values with new ideas from the West. This cultural exchange led to the rise of new art forms, music, and literature that reflected a modern China rooted in its rich heritage yet open to global trends. The younger generation in particular embraced new fashions, music styles, and technological innovations. However, even as the country modernized, many Chinese continued to cherish traditional customs, festivals, and family values, creating a unique blend of old and new. Political reforms accompanied the economic changes as well. Although the Chinese Communist Party maintained its central role, there was a gradual move toward greater transparency and accountability in government. The success of economic reforms increased public confidence in the government's ability to improve people's lives. Over time, local governments were encouraged to experiment with more flexible policies, and efforts were made to combat corruption and increase efficiency. These changes, while still limited by the political system, laid the groundwork for further reforms in later decades. Despite the remarkable progress, the journey was not without difficulties. Rapid economic growth brought challenges such as environmental pollution, income inequality, and urban overcrowding. The government had to work hard to balance industrial development with the need to protect the environment and provide social services. Rural areas, though improved, still lagged behind the booming cities, and efforts to modernize the countryside continued. The process of reform and opening up was a continuous struggle, requiring constant adjustments to policies and strategies. Nevertheless, the impact of economic reforms on China's development has been profound. The transformation of the economy turned China into one of the world's fastest-growing nations and lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. The policies of reform and opening up helped to create a dynamic, market-oriented economy that coexists with a strong role for the state. This unique model has not only driven economic growth but has also reshaped the social fabric of the country, influencing everything from education and technology to culture and daily life. The legacy of these reforms is visible today in every part of Chinese society. Modern cities with gleaming skyscrapers, efficient transportation systems, and bustling markets stand as a testament to the country's rapid development. At the same time, the emphasis on education, innovation, and openness continues to drive progress. China's role in global trade, investment, and technology has grown significantly, making it a key player in the world economy. Moreover, the reforms have changed the way the world sees China. Once known primarily as a closed, isolated nation, China is now recognized as an economic powerhouse and a center of innovation. Its transformation from a primarily agrarian society to a modern, industrialized nation is one of the most remarkable stories of the 20th century. The lessons of China's economic reforms, such as the importance of gradual change, the value of learning from others, and the need to balance growth with social responsibility, continue to influence economic policies around the world. In conclusion, the economic reforms and opening up of China represent a turning point in the nation's history. Under the leadership of Deng Xiaoping and his successors, China embarked on a journey of transformation that has lifted millions out of poverty and turned the country into a global economic leader. These changes touched every aspect of life, from the way food was grown in the countryside to the towering skyscrapers in its cities. The reforms have created a dynamic society where tradition and modernity coexist, and where the promise of a better future continues to inspire innovation and growth. The story of economic reforms in China is a reminder that change, though often challenging, can lead to great progress. It shows how open-mindedness, hard work, and the willingness to learn from the world can transform a nation. Today, China's rapid development and its growing role in international affairs are direct results of these bold and effective policies. The legacy of this era continues to shape China's path as it works to build a prosperous, sustainable, and inclusive future. China today is a nation of contrasts, where ancient customs and traditions meet cutting-edge innovation and rapid modernization. This chapter explores how China has evolved over time, how its long and storied past still shapes daily life, and the ways in which the country is making its mark on the global stage. As China continues to grow economically and culturally, Its ability to balance tradition with transformation remains one of its most defining features. Modern Chinese cities are dazzling displays of progress. In metropolises such as Beijing, Shanghai, and Shenzhen, gleaming skyscrapers, busy highways, and state-of-the-art transportation networks are visible symbols of rapid economic development. High-speed rail systems and modern airports connect these bustling urban centers not only with each other but also with the wider world. Yet amid this modern infrastructure, remnants of China's rich history are still present. Traditional hutongs, ancient temples, and preserved cultural sites serve as gentle reminders of the country's past, creating a unique blend of old and new that is visible in every corner of the nation. Economic transformation has been a driving force behind modern China's rise. Over the past few decades, China has shifted from a primarily agrarian society to one of the world's largest industrial and technological powerhouses. This transformation began with a series of economic reforms that opened up the country to global trade and investment. Today, China is the world's largest exporter, and its manufacturing sector produces everything from electronics and machinery to textiles and consumer goods. The rapid economic growth has improved the living standards of millions, lifting large segments of the population out of poverty and creating a burgeoning middle class that is increasingly influential both at home and abroad. Education and technology are two key areas that have propelled China's modern progress. The government has invested heavily in building a strong education system that includes world-class universities, research institutions, and technical schools. Millions of students study a wide range of subjects, from science and engineering to literature and social sciences, ensuring that the next generation is well-equipped to contribute to the nation's development. Advances in technology are visible everywhere, from the widespread use of mobile payments and e-commerce platforms to innovations in artificial intelligence and renewable energy. Chinese companies like Huawei, Alibaba, and Tencent have become global leaders in their fields, symbolizing the country's ambition to drive change and shape future trends. Cultural heritage remains a cornerstone of modern Chinese identity. Despite the swift pace of modernization, traditional values and customs continue to play a significant role in everyday life. Celebrations such as the Lunar New Year, the Mid-Autumn Festival, and the Dragon Boat Festival bring families together, reinforcing bonds that have lasted through centuries. Traditional arts, including calligraphy, Chinese painting, opera, and martial arts, are cherished and passed down from one generation to the next. Museums and cultural centers across China preserve ancient artifacts and artworks, offering residents and visitors alike a glimpse into the nation's deep historical roots. Modern governance in China also reflects a balance between continuity and change. The Chinese Communist Party (CCP) remains at the helm of national leadership, guiding the country through complex challenges while upholding the principle of stability. In recent years, efforts have been made to increase transparency, reduce corruption, and improve public services. Local governments are encouraged to adapt policies to suit regional needs, ensuring that even remote areas benefit from economic growth and social development. While the political system maintains strict central control, there is also a growing emphasis on efficient administration, technological integration, and public accountability. On the international stage, China has steadily increased its global influence. Over the last few decades, the country has taken on a more active role in international trade, diplomacy, and cultural exchange. Through initiatives like the Belt and Road, China is forging economic and infrastructure partnerships with countries across Asia, Africa, and Europe. These initiatives not only boost China's economic reach but also promote cross-cultural dialogue and cooperation. Diplomatic efforts have seen China engage with global institutions such as the United Nations and the World Trade Organization, where it plays a significant role in shaping policies on trade, climate change, and global security. As a result, China is widely recognized as a major power whose actions impact global affairs. Technology has revolutionized the way people in China live, work, and interact. The rapid development of digital infrastructure has given rise to a highly connected society where smartphones, social media, and the internet are integral parts of daily life. In urban centers, high-speed internet access and digital payment systems have transformed commerce and communication. Young entrepreneurs and tech innovators continue to push the boundaries of what is possible, creating apps, online services, and smart solutions that address local and global challenges. This digital revolution not only boosts productivity but also fosters creativity, making China a hub for innovation in the modern world. Despite all these advances, China faces significant challenges as it moves forward. Environmental issues remain a major concern. Rapid industrial growth has led to problems such as air and water pollution, deforestation, and a significant carbon footprint. The government has acknowledged these challenges and is actively investing in renewable energy, sustainable practices, and environmental protection measures. Balancing continued economic growth with the need to safeguard the environment is a priority, as China seeks to build a future that is both prosperous and sustainable. Social inequality is another critical issue. While the urban population enjoys modern amenities and high standards of living, many rural areas still struggle with inadequate infrastructure, limited access to education, and healthcare challenges. The government is working to narrow this gap by promoting rural development, improving public services, and investing in projects that bridge the urban-rural divide. These efforts are crucial for ensuring that the benefits of rapid economic progress are shared more equally across all regions of the country. Cultural and generational shifts are also reshaping Chinese society. With increased exposure to global ideas through travel, media, and the internet, younger generations are developing a hybrid identity that merges traditional Chinese values with modern, international perspectives. This evolving identity is reflected in trends across fashion, music, film, and literature, where ancient themes are reinterpreted through a contemporary lens. Many young Chinese are proud of their cultural heritage and are eager to share it with the world, while also embracing the opportunities that modern globalization offers. As China continues to engage with the world, its future will be shaped by the interplay between economic ambitions, technological innovation, environmental stewardship, and cultural preservation. The Chinese government, businesses, and citizens all play a part in navigating these complex challenges. Policies aimed at promoting sustainable development, reducing social inequality, and fostering innovation will be key to building a more resilient and inclusive society. Internationally, China's growing influence comes with both opportunities and responsibilities. As one of the largest economies in the world, China has the potential to drive global progress on issues like climate change, technology, and trade. At the same time, its actions are closely watched by other nations, and how it manages its relationships will affect global stability and cooperation. Finding a balance between national interests and international collaboration is a delicate task, one that will define China's role on the global stage in the years to come. In modern China, the convergence of history and progress is evident everywhere. The country's ancient wisdom, embodied in its festivals, art, and family traditions, continues to influence its modern way of life. Simultaneously, technological advancements and economic growth propel the nation into the future, creating a dynamic society that is both proud of its heritage and excited about what lies ahead. In conclusion, China today is a nation in constant evolution. a land where centuries-old traditions coexist with modern innovation, where ancient philosophy informs contemporary life, and where economic progress is interwoven with cultural pride. The story of modern China is one of resilience, creativity, and a willingness to adapt. As the country continues to grow and engage with the world, its unique blend of heritage and transformation will remain a source of strength and inspiration. The future of China is being written every day, reflecting a deep respect for the past and an unwavering drive to shape a better, more connected world. In the 21st century, China has emerged as one of the most influential countries in the world. Building on its long history and rapid modern development, China now plays a major role in global affairs. In this chapter, we explore how China is shaping its global ambitions, the opportunities it is seizing, and the challenges it faces as it moves into the future. China's rise on the world stage is the result of decades of rapid economic growth and social transformation. Over the past 40 years, China has transformed from a largely agrarian society into an industrial and technological powerhouse. Modern cities now stretch across the country, connected by high-speed trains, advanced telecommunications, and a growing network of highways and airports. This transformation has not only improved the lives of millions of Chinese people but has also turned China into a key driver of global trade and innovation. One of the most visible signs of China's global ambitions is its active participation in international trade. China is the world's largest exporter and a major importer of goods. Chinese products, from electronics and machinery to clothing and consumer goods, can be found in virtually every corner of the globe. This vast network of trade relationships has helped fuel China's economic growth and has woven the country into the fabric of the global economy. In turn, China has become a major investor overseas, building infrastructure projects, such as ports and railways, in many developing nations. These investments are part of initiatives like the Belt and Road Initiative, which aims to strengthen economic ties between China and other countries across Asia, Africa, and Europe. Technology and innovation are at the heart of China's drive forward. Chinese companies have grown rapidly in industries such as telecommunications, e-commerce, renewable energy, and artificial intelligence. Companies like Huawei, Alibaba, and Tencent are now recognized around the world for their technological achievements. These innovations are not only transforming China's economy but are also changing the way people live and work globally. With a strong focus on research and development, China is investing heavily in emerging technologies. This emphasis on innovation is a key part of its strategy to maintain economic growth and to meet the demands of an increasingly digital world. China's global ambitions are also reflected in its foreign policy. The Chinese government has worked to build stronger diplomatic and economic relationships with countries around the world. Through active participation in international organizations, such as the United Nations and the World Trade Organization, China seeks to shape global policies and contribute to the resolution of worldwide challenges. Diplomatic efforts have led to partnerships in science, education, and cultural exchange. These relationships help promote a more interconnected world, where ideas and resources are shared across borders. At the same time, China emphasizes the importance of respecting national sovereignty and non-interference in domestic affairs, a principle that has guided its foreign relations for many years. Yet, with its global influence come significant challenges that China must address as it looks to the future. One of the major challenges is environmental sustainability. Rapid industrialization has led to serious environmental problems, such as air and water pollution, soil degradation, and a loss of biodiversity. In recent years, the Chinese government has acknowledged these issues and has taken steps to reduce pollution and invest in green energy. Policies to promote renewable energy sources like wind and solar power are underway, and many cities have implemented measures to improve air quality. Balancing economic growth with environmental protection remains a difficult task, but it is essential for the long-term well-being of both China and the world. Another challenge is social inequality. While China's economic growth has lifted millions out of poverty, it has also created a gap between rich and poor. Urban areas have prospered with modern amenities and high-paying jobs, while many rural regions still struggle with limited access to healthcare, education, and modern infrastructure. The government is working to reduce these disparities by investing in rural development, improving social services, and promoting policies that aim to share the benefits of growth more widely. Bridging this gap is crucial not only for social harmony but also for sustaining long-term economic progress. China's rapid modernization has also led to cultural and generational shifts. As the country opens up to global influences, younger generations are increasingly exposed to different ideas, lifestyles, and values through the internet and international travel. This exposure has sparked debates about tradition and modernity. Many young Chinese are proud of their country's rich cultural heritage, yet they also embrace new ideas and innovations that can propel China into the future. The challenge lies in finding a balance that allows for cultural preservation while also fostering creativity and adaptation in a rapidly changing world. Political challenges also lie ahead. The Chinese government faces the task of maintaining stability while continuing to reform and adapt to new realities. Balancing state control with the demands for transparency, accountability, and public participation is a complex issue. As China becomes more integrated into the global system, it will face increased scrutiny from other nations and international organizations regarding its policies and governance. How China navigates these political challenges will have a major impact on its global image and its ability to influence world affairs. Global competition is another factor that shapes China's future. As China continues to grow, it competes with other major economies such as the United States, the European Union, and emerging markets around the world. This competition spans technology, trade, and geopolitical influence. While rivalry can drive innovation and improvement, it also poses risks of tension and conflict. China's leadership must work to manage these relationships carefully, seeking win-win solutions that promote cooperation rather than confrontation. Amid these challenges, China is also exploring new opportunities. One promising area is sustainable development. Recognizing that environmental health is essential for long-term prosperity, Chinese businesses and government agencies are investing in technologies that reduce carbon emissions, improve energy efficiency, and protect natural resources. These initiatives not only aim to improve the quality of life in China but also position the country as a leader in the global effort to address climate change. By sharing its experience and technologies with other nations, China hopes to contribute to a more sustainable world. Innovation in education is another key opportunity. China is expanding its higher education system and encouraging international collaboration in research and technology. Many Chinese universities are rising in global rankings, and partnerships with foreign institutions are becoming more common. These efforts are building a new generation of thinkers and innovators who can drive China's development forward. With a strong emphasis on science and technology, education reforms are setting the stage for breakthroughs that could transform industries and improve quality of life. Cultural exchange and soft power are also important for China's global future. By promoting its rich heritage through art, literature, music, and film, China is able to share its unique perspective with the world. Cultural diplomacy helps build mutual understanding and respect between China and other nations. International festivals, exhibitions, and academic exchanges allow China to showcase its traditions while also learning from other cultures. This exchange is vital in a world where cooperation and dialogue are key to solving common challenges. Looking ahead, the path for China will require careful navigation of both its ambitions and its challenges. The government, businesses, and citizens will need to work together to ensure that economic growth is inclusive, environmental policies are effective, and social progress is sustained. The lessons from China's long history, a history of transformation, resilience, and adaptation, offer guidance for this journey. By drawing on its rich past and embracing new ideas, China can continue to evolve into a nation that contributes positively to global progress. In summary, China today stands at a crossroads. Its global ambitions have brought it great success, transforming the country into a major player on the world stage. With impressive achievements in trade, technology, and diplomacy, China has demonstrated its ability to shape global affairs. However, challenges such as environmental sustainability, social inequality, political reform, and international competition require careful attention and strategic action. The future of China will depend on its ability to balance these challenges with the opportunities that arise from innovation, education, and cultural exchange. The journey ahead for China is a story of both continuity and change. It is about a nation that honors its ancient heritage while boldly stepping into a modern world. As China continues to grow and influence global trends, its future will be defined by how well it can integrate economic progress, environmental stewardship, and social equity with a commitment to peaceful and constructive international relations. This chapter reminds us that the story of China is still being written. The challenges it faces are significant, but so are the opportunities for transformation and leadership. With the strength of its history, the creativity of its people, and the vision of its leaders, China is poised to play an even larger role in the future. Its global ambitions and its willingness to adapt will continue to shape not only its own destiny but also the future of the world. China's long history is a remarkable journey of change, resilience, and creativity. From its earliest beginnings along the Yellow River to its current status as a global leader, China has grown through cycles of unity and division, innovation and tradition. In this final chapter, we reflect on the lessons of the past and explore visions for the future. We consider how the experiences of ancient dynasties, revolutionary changes, and modern transformations continue to shape the country today, and how these lessons may guide China as it moves forward in an ever-changing world. For thousands of years, China's civilization has been built on a foundation of continuous learning and adaptation. Early societies such as the Yangshao and Longshan cultures developed farming and craftsmanship that laid the groundwork for a more complex society. Later dynasties, whether it was the mighty Shang, the innovative Zhou, or the unifying Qin, each contributed key ideas and systems that influenced the course of Chinese history. The concept of the mandate of heaven, for example, taught that leaders must earn their power by caring for the people. This idea was passed on and reinterpreted through successive generations, from the stability of the Han Dynasty to the turbulence of the Three Kingdoms and the wisdom of Confucian revival in later dynasties. The rise and fall of empires, including the grandeur of the Tang and the artistic achievements of the Song, show us that even in times of splendor, China was never static. Instead, each period of prosperity was often followed by challenges, moments when the old order had to be rethought or even replaced. The Yuan dynasty introduced China to a world beyond its borders by embracing multicultural influences, while the Ming dynasty restored native traditions and reached out with maritime explorations. With the Qing dynasty, China's imperial era came to a close as internal corruption, external pressures, and the need for modernization all converged. The transition from imperial rule to modernity was one of the most dramatic chapters in China's history. The fall of the Qing dynasty and the birth of the Republic of China marked the end of thousands of years of dynastic tradition and opened the door to new ideas of democracy, science, and industry. Although the early years of the Republic were marked by struggles, regional conflicts, and a search for national identity, they set the stage for later revolutionary changes. The rise of Communist China, under the leadership of Mao Zedong and others, transformed society through radical reforms and a promise of equality, even as the country later faced tremendous challenges during its journey toward modernization. Since the economic reforms of the late 20th century, China has seen dramatic changes that have reshaped its society and the global economy. Under the leadership of reformers like Deng Xiaoping, the nation embraced market principles while maintaining strong state guidance. This unique blend of openness and stability has lifted millions out of poverty, modernized its infrastructure, and spurred a digital revolution that touches nearly every aspect of life. Today, China is a nation of bustling cities, advanced technology, and dynamic international trade. At the same time, its ancient traditions remain an essential part of daily life, reminding its people of their deep historical roots. As we look back on this long journey, several key lessons emerge. First, the strength of a nation lies not just in its military power or economic might, but in its ability to learn from its past and adapt to change. Chinese civilization has shown that by embracing new ideas while holding on to core values, such as respect for family, education, and social harmony, a society can remain resilient even in the face of great challenges. Whether during the unifying efforts of the Qin, the cultural flowering of the Tang, or the transformative reforms of modern times, the ability to integrate tradition with innovation has been the hallmark of China's enduring success. Second, history teaches us that unity and diversity can coexist. Throughout its history, China has been home to many different peoples, languages, and cultures. Empires and dynasties have risen by learning to govern a diverse population and by finding ways to allow regional customs to flourish alongside a unified national identity. Today, as China continues to grow and become more connected with the world, this balance of unity and diversity remains a central challenge and a source of strength. Embracing diversity while nurturing a shared cultural heritage will be crucial as China navigates global issues such as environmental sustainability, economic inequality, and international cooperation. China's long history is a remarkable journey of change, resilience, and creativity. From its earliest beginnings along the Yellow River to its current status as a global leader, China has grown through cycles of unity and division, innovation and tradition. In this final chapter, we reflect on the lessons of the past and explore visions for the future. We consider how the experiences of ancient dynasties, revolutionary changes, and modern transformations continue to shape the country today, and how these lessons may guide China as it moves forward in an ever-changing world. For thousands of years, China's civilization has been built on a foundation of continuous learning and adaptation. Early societies such as the Yangshao and Longshan cultures developed farming and craftsmanship that laid the groundwork for a more complex society. Later dynasties, whether it was the mighty Shang, the innovative Zhou, or the unifying Qin, each contributed key ideas and systems that influenced the course of Chinese history. The concept of the mandate of heaven, for example, taught that leaders must earn their power by caring for the people. This idea was passed on and reinterpreted through successive generations, from the stability of the Han dynasty to the turbulence of the Three Kingdoms and the wisdom of Confucian revival in later dynasties. The rise and fall of empires, including the grandeur of the Tang and the artistic achievements of the Song, show us that even in times of splendor, China was never static. Instead, each period of prosperity was often followed by challenges. Moments when the old order had to be rethought or even replaced. The Yuan dynasty introduced China to a world beyond its borders by embracing multicultural influences, while the Ming dynasty restored native traditions and reached out with maritime explorations. With the Qing dynasty, China's imperial era came to a close as internal corruption, external pressures, and the need for modernization all converged. The transition from imperial rule to modernity was one of the most dramatic chapters in China's history. The fall of the Qing dynasty and the birth of the Republic of China marked the end of thousands of years of dynastic tradition and opened the door to new ideas of democracy, science, and industry. Although the early years of the Republic were marked by struggles, regional conflicts, and a search for national identity, they set the stage for later revolutionary changes. The rise of Communist China, under the leadership of Mao Zedong and others, transformed society through radical reforms and a promise of equality, even as the country later faced tremendous challenges during its journey toward modernization. Since the economic reforms of the late 20th century, China has seen dramatic changes that have reshaped its society and the global economy. Under the leadership of reformers like Deng Xiaoping, the nation embraced market principles while maintaining strong state guidance. This unique blend of openness and stability has lifted millions out of poverty, modernized its infrastructure, and spurred a digital revolution that touches nearly every aspect of life. Today, China is a nation of bustling cities, advanced technology, and dynamic international trade. At the same time, its ancient traditions remain an essential part of daily life, reminding its people of their deep historical roots. As we look back on this long journey, several key lessons emerge. First, the strength of a nation lies not just in its military power or economic might, but in its ability to learn from its past and adapt to change. Chinese civilization has shown that by embracing new ideas while holding on to core values, such as respect for family, education, and social harmony, a society can remain resilient even in the face of great challenges. Whether during the unifying efforts of the Qin, the cultural flowering of the Tang, or the transformative reforms of modern times, the ability to integrate tradition with innovation has been the hallmark of China's enduring success. Second, history teaches us that unity and diversity can coexist. Throughout its history, China has been home to many different peoples, languages, and cultures. Empires and dynasties have risen by learning to govern a diverse population and by finding ways to allow regional customs to flourish alongside a unified national identity. Today, as China continues to grow and become more connected with the world, this balance of unity and diversity remains a central challenge and a source of strength. Embracing diversity while nurturing a shared cultural heritage will be crucial as China navigates global issues such as environmental sustainability, economic inequality, and international cooperation. Third, the importance of education and innovation cannot be overstated. From the early development of writing and bronze work during the Shang dynasty to the modern advancements in technology and digital communication, the drive for knowledge has always been at the heart of Chinese progress. The emphasis on learning and the merit-based civil service system helped shape effective governance in ancient times and continues to inspire modern policies today. In a rapidly changing world, investing in education, research, and technology will be key to addressing future challenges and ensuring that China remains at the forefront of global innovation. Looking to the future, China faces many exciting opportunities as well as significant challenges. Environmental issues such as air and water pollution call for new strategies that balance industrial growth with ecological protection. The government's push toward renewable energy and sustainable practices is a response to these challenges, aiming to create a future where economic progress does not come at the expense of the planet. Social inequality too is a pressing issue. Efforts to bridge the gap between urban and rural areas, to improve healthcare and education for all citizens, and to build a more inclusive society will be essential for long-term stability and prosperity. On the global stage, China's role continues to evolve. As one of the world's largest economies, it has the power to influence global trade, technology, and climate policy. Initiatives like the Belt and Road offer a vision of interconnected infrastructure and shared prosperity, but they also require careful management to ensure fair and sustainable development for all involved. Diplomatic efforts, international cultural exchanges, and global cooperation will play important roles as China navigates complex geopolitical relationships. Balancing national interests with international responsibilities is one of the key tasks for Chinese leaders as they seek to build a future that benefits not only China but the global community. The future of China will also be shaped by its younger generations. Young Chinese, growing up in a society where ancient traditions blend with modern technology, are developing a new sense of identity that is both proud of their heritage and open to global ideas. Their creativity, entrepreneurial spirit, and willingness to embrace change are likely to drive further progress in every field, from art and culture to science and business. As they inherit the legacy of centuries of history, they also face the challenge of adapting to a world that is increasingly interconnected and complex. Their success in meeting these challenges will be a major factor in determining China's path forward. In summary, the entire history of China, from the earliest settlements along the Yellow River to the modern era of rapid development and global influence, is a story of continuous transformation, deep cultural roots, and the power of adaptation. Every dynasty, every reform, and every revolution has contributed to a rich tapestry that makes up China's identity today. The lessons learned along this long journey remind us that progress comes from balancing tradition with innovation, uniting diverse peoples under a common vision, and investing in education and sustainable growth. As we reflect on the past and look ahead to the future, we see that China's story is still being written. The challenges are many, but so are the opportunities. With a strong sense of history and a commitment to moving forward, China is poised to continue its journey as a nation that shapes not only its own destiny but also the future of the world. The blending of ancient wisdom with modern ambition offers a powerful example of how a country can remain resilient, adaptive, and influential in a rapidly changing global landscape.